Right, so Councilman Bunch, did you have questions? Go ahead. And really, let me clarify, what I'm seeking to do is just make sure that we understand what's been presented to us. And I would just like to say that a red line version of this would be awesome in comparison to what the existing IACC is now to what this recommendation is. And so, you know, it's difficult, obviously, at the last minute and not having a red line version to make sense of what we're looking at. And I also want to just comment as our former colleague, Councilwoman Catherine Shields, acknowledged or mentioned as we started discussing it, the fact that we have a whole room of people that actually also haven't seen this document. And so I just want to just acknowledge that we recognize that, and in respect for knowing that you all have come down here multiple times over this, and while we have taken public testimony, it's not a requirement that I take it again, but just wanting to give you all the opportunity to make sure that you know your voices are being heard. In addition to this, what I will offer you an opportunity to do today, for those of you who may not be able to make it back next time, is I'll give you 1 minute to present, but I'm going to let our colleagues speak here in a moment. I'll give you 1 minute to talk about or anything that you heard today in regards to this, if you want to state that. But I will tell you that it's not going to be my recommendation to actually vote on this today, because there's so many substantive changes in this document, and also not having an opportunity to read this thoroughly, and the fact that I would like to ensure that our staff, that our legal team all have an opportunity, that, you know, planning department staff and multiple departments that are impacted by this have an opportunity to review this so that the council can make an informed decision on what's proposed that we vote on. So with that, Councilman Bunch, I know you had some questions.
Yeah, I think you said exactly what I was going to say, is that I've heard what all the changes are, and thanks to Councilwoman Patterson-Hasley for, you know, putting some folks in a room together to discuss, and I appreciate the two presenters here. And so I think I've heard what all the changes are, but I'm uncomfortable with moving forward on any sort of vote on this today, and my preference would be to hold it for at least another week to review the substantive changes. I'll also express concern over where the rating target landed. I think a lower score is warranted, and I'm always going to stand by that. But just sort of from a point of procedure, I think holding this would be prudent. You know, we have a rule in the full council standing rule that says that we have to have amendments written. We don't have the same rule for committees, but I think it's something that we should consider, because we do a lot of changes on the fly. And especially since committee structure is where people get a chance to provide public testimony. I've always been a little frustrated with how we and past councils have handled committee subs. So again, I'll just kind of speak to that broader issue of clear process and transparency as it relates to committee substitutes. But I'll leave it at that and just say, you know, thanks for everyone for putting in the hard work, and I guess turn it back over to you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Councilman Bunch. Any other council members want to make any comments?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Oh, sure.
For what I understand, it takes it from a 64 to a 60, and then takes down by 3 points every year. I do respect Councilman Bunch's comments there. I do want to say during our time here, we've had many of incidences where we made 29 amendments outside of committee for the source of income ordinance. So I do want to say that I want that on, if we're going to do that, I want that on everything that we do, because I think, you know, I agree with that on the transparency aspect. I don't mind holding another week, but I just want to say that there's a lot of times as me as a council person who have seen that I've been excluded from some of the times in the public comment portions of pieces, and I'd say that we've amended things out of committee, a lot bigger changes than just the small couple that are happening today. So I just.
Okay, I think I don't. Oh, go ahead, Bunch.
Yeah, I was just gonna say,
Councilman Bunch, I'm sorry. Excuse me. You threw me off. I was actually going to say something that threw me off. Go ahead.
That particular ordinance didn't come through neighborhood planning development, so I don't know. I can only speak for what happens in this committee and TINO, which I'm also on, and but I agree with you. Like, if there are substantive changes that are happening on the fly in the committee or say behind closed doors, but even if it's happening behind closed doors, if we can get a written record of those changes in those committee subs, then that's all I want to see, is making sure that we, for sure, but also the public has an opportunity to track those changes. And that may have happened on the source of income discrimination. I was on the periphery of that one, but I would say that everything should be held to the same standard. I'm only speaking for what's happened in this committee and my other committee that I happen to sit on, and so I would just caution us all and maybe or challenge us all to figure out a way, because it's one that's been complicated and I've talked a lot about, but we've never really found a great solution for how to offer the flexibility of the committee substitute while also providing the transparency I think the public really deserves. So that's all. And so hold for a week, I think, is the right move on this one. And I'll continue to bang this drum, and one day we'll figure it out.
Thank you. All right, so what we will do now is I'm going to open it up for.
So we kind of have the original one. Which one are they?
So, well, that's a good point. Yeah, so what Councilman is asking is if we should adopt this third committee substitute. And obviously, the people that are coming to testify are going to testify on the second committee substitute, which is what has been online, because they actually haven't seen it other than, our comments.
Let's keep it the same then. Let's keep it the current second, because their comments prepared are probably to go.
They are, I'm sure their comments probably are to that, but ultimately they can speak on whatever they want to as it pertains to this 240434. So at this point, what we will do is open up the floor. Mr. Clerk, if you will provide 1 minute of testimony. I think I've got about 15 or 16 cards. All of you don't have to testify if you don't want. Definitely, we will, if you have additional comments that you would like to make, you always have the opportunity to submit an email to the council members and also to our public testimony so that they're uploaded with the clerk's office if you want to make comments after this time. But at this time, I will call forward Frank Zim, George Sluter, and Joe Lambert. You'll be our first three, and you have 1 minute apiece.
1 minute. Frank Zilm, 1401 West 50th Terrace. Thank you for this opportunity. I want to compliment you on your decision to defer action on the original ordinance and your consideration of deferring action on this to give us all time to understand it. My understanding of the original ordinance indicates that the HERS scores of 68 and 64 would have essentially created a backdoor for builders if they chose to avoid the city council's intent of creating energy efficient homes and construction in our community. My contact with national and local HERS raters indicates a score in the 50s is absolutely achievable and consistent with the city's energy environmental goals. So I would encourage you to consider that as you move on with this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem and council members, both present and online. My name's George Sluter, and I've been involved for over 40 years in building single-family, duplex, and townhouses in Jackson County, Clay County, and Platte County and Kansas City and the surrounding community. During this past year, and you heard this from me before, in 23, Kansas City, Missouri issued 941 permits for single-family building. That's about 80 a month. Since January through June of this year, only 168 have been issued. At that rate, that means there'll be less than 350 will be issued in Kansas City, a drop of over 63% from last year. And the rest of the surrounding communities are having much higher rates. I urge you to move on this as quickly as possible. I think the amendments that are proposed are good and viable, and we should move forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Joe Lambert, and I appreciate being able to speak with you. In the energy code, when we're designing heating and air conditioning systems, I have United Heating and Cooling. Their design temperature is 93 degrees outside. You'll be able to maintain 75 degrees inside. That is something that most people don't ever set their thermostats at. In the summertime at 75, they typically take it down around 70. If you'll note, the temperature today outside is 95 degrees outside with 103 heat index. And so I'm having people that have health issues that can't keep their thermostats below 75 with the new code that want to keep it 70 degrees for their medical needs, and there is no provision in here for us to see any reconciliation so that customers can be comfortable in their homes. I doubt there's many people in this room that have their thermostats set at 75 degrees right now, and it's just too high for anybody to be truly comfortable. Thank you.
Thank you. Greg Sturvenu, I believe, Brenner Holland, and Will Reuter.
I had a slide too that if you could put up there. If you put anything, do you put anything up there?
Has it? Did you?
I had a thumb drive.
And you have 1 minute. Can you do that in 1 minute? What your slide is?
Yeah, I gave it to somebody. I'm a licensed professional engineer in Kansas City. I'm hearing all sides of this stuff, but I want to, essentially what Kansas City's done, put me out of business because I ask inspectors, what's the new energy code going to look like? They don't know. The subcontractors, I ask them, what's this going to cost, and they don't know. I've averaged about 10 permits a year since 2019. This year, 0 permits. My primary focus is infill lots, and so I'm taking these lots that nobody else wants. Total sales over $10 million over 4 years. Taxes that the city brings in $135,000. Permits and impact fees $50,000. The city's getting none of that. With the new compliance, I've had to get energy audits, a CAD person to do the envelope, produce stamp plans, and the cost of that per plan is like $7,000, $8,000, so that's got to be passed on. In 2019, I was building a small split for $190,000, and with all these changes, you're looking at $350,000 for that same house. And I've seen all these slides about affordable housing. Okay. And it's getting to where people can't afford houses anymore. But essentially, Kansas City's put me out of business.
Thank you, sir. You've
Thank you,
exceeded
sir.
your time. This is the slide that he.
So these are your permits for your company? I'm sorry,
This is it, yeah.
yeah, okay. Thank you, sir.
Your permits in '24.
Thank you. All right, we have Brenner Holland.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem Committee. Brenner Holland with Hunt Midwest. As many of you know, we've been doing land development, specifically single-family land development in Kansas City, Missouri for over 30 years. In fact, in that time, we've done about 4,700 single-family lots that we've developed and sold to builders. Worried that, similar to what George Sluter said, that we're really cutting off that market right now, and we need to get about the business of turning permits back out. I would say, just based on the testimony today, I kind of had a different stance. I appreciate everybody's hard work to kind of come toward a middle here. And I think Councilman Willett kind of stated, I'd rather see us lean a little bit higher on the score to start in this first year, especially because we're being fairly aggressive in dropping that score every year. So if we could get a little chance to keep that on the higher side, we'd really appreciate that. But we do need to keep this going. We do a lot of industrial commercial development for large projects aimed at bringing hundreds and thousands of jobs to Kansas City, Missouri. One of the big boxes that gets checked by the site selector groups is that there's available housing stock for those workers, for their management, and for the executives. And the longer we go about this and we don't get permits going in Kansas City, Missouri, I fear the more that we're impacting economic development. Thank you.
Thank you. Will Reuter, Brian Tebenkamp, and Catherine Shields.
Good afternoon. My name is Will Reuter with the Home Builders Association of Greater Kansas City. Mayor Pro Tem, members of the committee, and members of the full council with us today. Thank you for the opportunity to visit about this issue deserving significant urgency to act. The Home Builders Association has nearly 600 member companies, fewer than half of which are builders, developers, or remodelers. So we are a majority subcontractor, supplier, vendor organization involved in residential construction. And I just want to bring to your attention, this was emailed to you today, but we will also submit it to the clerk's website, a petition signed by 639 individuals engaged or otherwise paying attention to residential construction in Kansas City, urging the council to act to make sure that we are balancing the city's climate protection goals with its housing production needs. And we're certainly supportive of moving this issue forward, understanding some of the administrative challenges that we experience today. However, we do not want this opportunity to be lost. Kansas City being able to dig out of a hole that it has found itself in at the outset of 2024 is of the utmost importance to the economy and the 630 signatories to this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Brian Tebenkamp with Patriot Homes. In all transparency, this comes down to what is good for the homeowner, and it is based around us obtaining permits, meeting energy efficiency, and being able to deliver them a home. It has been said by a local builder that this is a process that is easy to obtain. The same builder released the guidelines with the city of Kansas City 111 days ago as the standard by which to obtain a permit and build a home under energy efficiency. As of today, the city has yet to issue that builder a permit, and that builder has not started that house. Another builder who was in support of this ordinance because they believed in what the city was trying to do has since this afternoon released a letter withdrawing their support, because the city has not been able to keep up and help us get permits, which is the part of this ordinance that's important. Building energy efficiency and being able to turn out homes. Thank you.
Thank you. Catherine Shields, Sean Woods, and Charlotte. Well, you've already, and then Eslyn Tucker will be next.
Thank you so much. First of all, this whole ordinance that's been brought forward is based on several false premises. The first false premise is that the very real affordable housing crisis in our community and across the nation has either been complicated by the passage of the 2021 Energy Code, and that somehow it's going to be a great blow for having affordable housing in this community if we roll back or change the code. Home builders started out talking about $35,000 per house. Now in a meeting Friday, they were actually talking about around $10,000 per house. When the majority of people here talking are building $350,000 plus houses, whether or not one of those houses costs $10,000 or not may have significance for the builder, but it does not in any way address the affordable housing problem in our city. That's why last term a number of us got together and created the Housing Trust Fund. And I think there are many other innovative things we can do. But the 2021 code has nothing to do with whether the houses and the affordable houses exist in our community. Second is they started no one would build in this city. We've got this month almost the same amount of building permits issued that we normally have in July. Has it been slow starting out this month, this year? Sure. That always happens with a new code, and frankly, it particularly happens when you have a building association that says, don't file any permits under the new code because we're going to get it rolled back.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
We have Sean Woods. Eslyn Tucker, Kristen Ria.
Good afternoon, Sean Woods with Ashler Homes. I brought some pamphlets for you guys to look at here. I believe I'm one of the first ones who has an occupancy. Somebody moved into your new code 21 Energy House in Kansas City, Missouri. And just so happens I had the exact same house next door built under the old code. And very much contrary to what Mrs. Shields just said, I think $10,000 is a lot of money. I build houses market rate under $300,000. We tested both houses, third-party testing. It cost the customer in the new code $12,000 extra to purchase that 1,400 square foot house. So that is an entry-level house in Kansas City, market rate. $12,000 extra saved them $128 a year in energy. $128 a year. That takes 97 years to pay back with no interest. That's if you paid cash for the house. We are showing that we are at a point of diminishing returns, and that's why your HERS rating at 60, which we originally said 68, 60 makes all the sense in the world. There is no payback after that. Thank you.
Thank you. Eslyn Tucker.
One of our city council people, Melissa Patterson-Hasley, mentioned earlier pain points. Here's the real pain point, is the fact that special interests, the HBA and Inspire, didn't get their way. What happened a couple years ago was historic in that the citizens, the people won, as opposed to these special interests. And so why is there the rush to water down the new codes before they're fully implemented, even being given a year to take hold? And that is because they saw an opportunity with the election of new people to the city council to have another bite at the apple. What has happened since the codes passed? There was 1 year grace period before the codes were implemented. HBA was given the opportunity to inform and promote the free training to their members, and they didn't. There was the planning department where it was also given ample opportunity to prepare and hire staffing so that we would not have this permitting problem that we're having now. They didn't. Climate crisis has worsened with record-breaking heat and rising temperatures. Housing prices have continued to increase due to market forces, inflation, and cost of materials like lumber.
Thank you.
I urge you to reject this, on the fact that it's a ruse. The codes are fine the way that they are, and we need to be given an opportunity to have them take effect. Thank you.
Thank you. Sean Flandermeyer, Richard Holtkamp, William Davies, and Dennis, I took your card out.
Hello, Sean Flandermeyer with Elevate Design Plus Build. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, Committee, and Council. I appreciate the opportunity up here. My frustration stems behind this simply from what Eslyn's comments would have been made that the KCHBA didn't promote those trainings. I attended Charlotte's training, and I do appreciate that. It was very insightful. But my comments really come directly from the homeowners. I don't have all the technical language to share like everyone else, but as Sean said, even $10,000, I've had people visit my homes that I build in 3rd District in Manheim Park that are $500,000 to back up to truce. I can achieve the lower scores, but I also build in 3rd District on 39th and Park, and those homes are $245,000. And I'm trying to find the balance to achieve the goals that not only the builders want, but what energy activists are asking for. And I believe that a HERS score of 60 plus the path that Charlotte and Dennis have promoted will be a great solution for our city and for the builders and especially for the homeowners in our communities. I support the new ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Richard Holtkamp, William Davies, Mary English, and our final will be Emily Wolf.
Good afternoon. Richard Holtkamp, North American Savings Bank. We can do better. That's a statement we've all heard many times from the Honorable Mr. Q during his mayoral tenure. It's a statement of optimism, ambition, and initiative to improve a less than perfect situation. Ladies and gentlemen of the committee, The proposed ordinance 240434 is a means to do better. In consideration of time, I have emailed each of you committee members, council, and staff a complete copy of my statement today, which is in support of this ordinance so we can all do better. Thank you.
Thank you. And I apologize. I think we skipped Kristen. You're good? Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you so much, and good afternoon, everybody. Kansas Cityans pay 40% on average of their household income for housing, according to the Kansas City Star, and the threshold for affordability is 30%. For lower income Kansas Cityans, 13% of their household income goes to pay utility bills and can be well above that 40% threshold. From January of 2022 to January of 2023, gas prices alone increased 68%, and utility bills, we all know, will continue to rise. The only relief for this housing burden is energy efficiency, which can cut costs by 25% at a minimum. Leaving homes inefficient, leaky, drafty, creates great instability and discomfort for Kansas Cityans. And the organization that I lead, Bridging the Gap, sees this every day because we are in those homes. And by the way, most of them would not dream of putting their setting to 75 degrees because they can't afford to run their air conditioner at all. You all did the hard work last year to change this building code. This ordinance would take us back to 2012. Please don't undo your own hard work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Again, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee, thank you for allowing folks to testify. My name is Billy Davies. I'm a resident of the 6th District and serve as a field organizer with the Sierra Club, Missouri chapter. Starting just for folks who couldn't be here, reading into the record, drawing your attention to, and we'll email article put forward by another builder, calabuilds.com, with their recent blog post, building codes are critical for consumer protection, advocating for the current code. We'll try to reserve comments on the specific numbers until next time. I appreciate that the conversation this has generated about real issues in Kansas City, particularly the permit processing and how we're getting that forward. Kansas City took an amazing step when it adopted this code. It needs to be implemented, and we need to work out the real problems. Right now, between being in review, approved, or permit issued, there are 800 permits. Those need to be processed. We need to make sure that those go through. But we can't cave under pressure by weakening the good standards we have. Next time you meet, next Tuesday, it's going to be 106 degrees. These days are going to get worse. We need to ensure we're having efficiency, affordability, and durability of homes for when this weather will get worse, and folks will need to rely on these good policies to be safe in their homes. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary English.
I do have a question that's part.
Okay, we just have a couple more cards. Okay.
Hi, Council. Thank you so much for considering this and holding to public testimony. My name's Mary English, Building Performance Program Manager at Metropolitan Energy Center. We oversee programs, including free training that has been going on for roughly 3 years, trained by Charlotte Reed, who sits here as the main expert in Kansas City. I just want to remind everybody that this is more than the sum of arguing over costs. This is also about health and durability, health of the building occupants. We have a report that we keep talking about that has shown that weatherization positively impacts pediatric asthma cases intensity across Kansas City, Missouri from last decade. And I thought it kind of ironic, actually, that we talked earlier about a weatherization program that is being proposed using a HERS index. These weatherization programs are fixing poor codes of the past. We need better codes and updated codes to reflect the new technology that is available on the market today and to stop the bleeding so we don't need to go back and retrofit. It's much cheaper to build an efficient home from the ground up than it is to retrofit. And I see that I'm at time, so thank you very much.
Thank you. Emily Wolf?
Hello, my name is Emily Wolf with Metropolitan Energy Center. Just want to state we do also oppose the proposed 60 HERS score. One thing I just want to remind everyone that the residential energy code also impacts renters. The residential code applies to townhomes, duplexes, and multifamily buildings 3 stories and lower. So this residential code is also impacting people who don't have a control over the efficiency, health, and safety of their homes. And unfortunately, Compass cannot designate those type of buildings separately in Compass, but I'm hoping maybe HBA or others could provide how many of those type of buildings are being built in the metro area and each district. As mentioned, the permit numbers continue to go up as we see. And I also wanted to highlight the blog post mentioned by Kala. They asked themselves some really important questions as to why they want to focus on durability. They've been building homes over the 2021 Energy Code for over 10 years. But the questions they asked, why are my windows rotting after a certain amount of years? Why do I have asthma? Why am I having mold in my home? A lot of questions that are really good to consider. So we will forward that after this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Did Richard Holt-Camco speak? Okay, I wanted to make sure I got out of order. Is there anyone else that wants to testify? Is there anyone online? I can't see anything.
Yes, we got 2 online.
2 online? Okay, we'll go ahead and take our online testimony.
Byron Stoll. Mr. Stoll, you've been promoted.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Brighton Stahl with Endeavor Home Performance. We actually provide HERS ratings around the Kansas City metro area. And for the most part, I just wanted to talk in support of what it sounds like is coming with these changes with this HERS path. Really, the things that I was not in support of in the original amendment, the original ordinance, was the lack of every single home being tested. That's really important to making sure that things don't get missed. Things happen all the time. Subcontractors cycle through people. We cycle through subcontractors. Things happen. I also really want to push for the inclusion of the mandatory requirements of the codes. This is how you make sure that every single wall has to be insulated, even if you can get a good enough HERS score. This is how you make sure that the walls are actually air sealed, even if you can get a good enough HERS score without it. And I'm also I like the sound of what it sounds like with the removal of some of these ECA sheets. I like the sound of letting the city permitting department trust us to.
Got cut off. Oh, okay. Thank you.
Sorry, Brighton.
That's what happens, we can turn off the mics.
I guess. We have someone else?
Was one, we have one more, but they have removed the raised hand.
Okay, thank you. So we've taken all of our public testimony. Any other comments from any council members, committee members? Okay. Oh, we have, okay.
Ms. Yolitha,
All right.
you can go ahead.
Leland.
Karen.
You need to unmute yourself.
Okay, there, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Yes, my name is Karen Winhoot. I live in Midtown. I think it's the 4th district. And, I, like Mary English, I found it really interesting and ironic that just before this ordinance, we talked about another initiative to insulate and make more energy efficient a lot of homes of people with low incomes. That says to me that building inefficient homes is really not a good way to go, and that if you don't make them energy efficient when you build them, then you might have to do it later. And I actually insulated all the walls of my 110-year-old house, and I can tell you that's a real big mess. We should be doing this at the time that we build houses and other structures. I also think that the city needs to put its ordinances where its mouth is. 2 years ago, the city passed a climate protection plan. And really, what have we done to actually put that in action? This is a really important matter for actually putting that into effect. And I would like to see the council actually do that.
Thank you.
That is, and I just want to say that I'm just tired of the building industry making these incessant efforts to undermine the 2021 IECC, which we spent a lot of time passing. Let's just go with that. Let's stop sort of rethinking it and giving them as much.
Thank you. All right, so we've taken all the testimony. I don't know if there are any additional comments from any council members at all. What I will propose is that we have this third committee substitute.
Before that, can I comment?
Go ahead, Councilman.
Okay. I do have a couple questions following up. So obviously, what we are focused on, a lot of groups are, trying to control what we can in Kansas City, but obviously we live on a globe, and there's other municipalities around us. Last time we adopted the codes, right? They were not unamended, correct? There were some amendments to the codes?
Yes.
Yeah. So these were unamended codes. But how quickly did other municipalities adopt the codes last time around we did them? Did other municipalities adopt them within a year of us adopting ours?
I would have to look that up.
Okay. I just remember when this conversation happened, like Kansas City is going to lead on this, and you even heard other council members from different municipalities come in here and tell us not go back on our codes or to amend 2021, and within their own chamber no other municipalities are following the exact same codes that we adopted a year ago. People understand that there are amendments that needed to be made to them. And I just think that we constantly look on, okay, we're going to try to make, there's a balance there, affordability and how green it is. There's a balance. Other municipalities, the affordability is a lot better, especially for new home builders that are new people are trying to go out there and buy homes. And so there's a balance here. And I appreciate when you put two people in the room that tried to figure out the balance there, trying to make sure that, yes, some level of affordability here in Kansas City, yes, it's still a good path for green. Also, a compliance that makes a little bit more sense, that's not just strictly focused on a checklist, but gives a general score. So I think we've made some really great progress on this. I'm someone who believes that it should be more of closer to a 68 on this. I truly do, especially when you look at growth within our metropolitan. You see a lot more growth occurring in Lee Summits, the Liberties, and Johnson counties. People are deciding to move there because it is a little bit more affordable. And to go back on the cost of homes, what these codes do add to them, a previous home builder who was in favor of the codes did tell me that it was $17,000 to $25,000 more per house that he was building. And I'm seeing in my district right now, you are seeing millionaires or people who are making lots of money being able to afford these codes. It's not really necessarily affecting them as much, but your middle class or upper middle class homes are not being built like they used to, especially up around us. You're seeing that growth still continue in the outskirts of Kansas City. And so I just challenge that we find a good balance here. I think we're on the right track here. And I appreciate the comments today from folks.
Thank you very much for that, Councilman Willett. What I was going to say was that definitely I appreciate all of the work that has been done so far. I appreciate Councilwoman Patterson-Hasley for her efforts to be collaborative and bring both sides together. My challenge is that I don't believe that we are looking at this in a holistic manner. when, I think if I asked each one of you individually if you were concerned about our climate, everybody would say yes. I think even if we talk to the builders, you would be concerned about making sure that you had an environmentally friendly home. The issue is really about the cost. And I believe that when we look at this, we need to look at it in a holistic manner. In the fact that, in this process, since this was introduced, I've talked with some of the sponsors and even some of the builders to try to understand what opportunity there is for us to look at a path forward. Because I know in the last term, the sponsors of the original IECC 2021 code spent months and months and months working on this. And so I don't want to negate the work that they did. And you all in this room, also many of you in this room were at the table. What we haven't done, though, is we haven't really looked at the issues that we have in our city, in our planning department, in our development department. And unfortunately, I feel like what has happened is that, there's now this feeling that development is bad, or the developers are bad or wrong, or the builders are wrong. And the truth is, without developers, our city doesn't grow. Without them, we don't create homes. And so we have to establish a way that we can look at this holistically, because one of the proposals that I made was potentially, looking at keeping the standard, the number, because everybody's focused on just the number, and it's bigger than just the number. But how can we come to a solution that maybe we utilize this $20 million of unappropriated development fund balance that we've collected from developers in these permits, to offer some sort of an incentive or some opportunity so that we can help them through the financial impact of this. And what I was told is, if you all fix your planning department, those permits won't be so bad. Which told me the problem is bigger than that. And so I would like to challenge our new planning director, staff person, assistant city manager, Mario, to go back, first of all, take this information, if we as a committee accept this third committee sub, but then look at this more holistically to provide us with insight on how we can truly address the issues that the builders have with addressing the cost. Because there are other issues that I think we as a council haven't been educated or provided information on that will help us get to a proper solution. I believe that going through this process, to me, has uncovered an issue which some of us have known about for a while, and I'm specifically speaking to Councilman O'Neill and his efforts to try to redesign our planning department and the permit processes. Because I know, as a small business owner, I know that time is money. So if our developers, our builders are waiting on those permits, which one of the testimony we got today is that individuals have been waiting, they just gave up. So that also is a bigger problem, a problem that is impacting this. So I believe that we can make a more educated decision if we have a more comprehensive view, and our staff, our department gets more engaged in this process to look at it from the perspective of our builders and also from the perspective of the environmental side as well. So I would encourage us to first of all, accept this as the third committee substitute for the committee, not officially vote on this today, give our staff 2 weeks, so do a 2-week hold to do a thorough evaluation of the recommendations that you all worked so diligently on, and then come back to us with a report of that information, and then we look to seek for a vote at that time in 2 weeks.
So Mayor Pro Temp, I appreciate your comments. I do think, this is my perspective, I think you had two level-headed folks coming together and talking about this. And as I see it, it's a difference between, you're deciding basically on the score here. And from experts from both the building side and also from energy rating side. And so I think it's basically, are we going to come up with a compromise? I think, but in terms of the other parts of it, I don't necessarily know if we need, I feel like we just been delaying it. And I feel like, we're just going to have to make that decision. Is it going to be a 62, a 60, 58? Are we going to compromise on that 60? That's the kind of, I think we're just taking too much time on this, especially when we definitely know that there's some problems here. Yes, there's no doubt that our planning department had a lot of problems in it. I appreciate recognizing that. This is a policy side that we can decide as a council. We're supposed to decide that policy. On the personnel side, yes, we can complain, especially when things are taking a lot longer to be done than they should be. And, my role as a council person was feeding so many different emails from people frustrated with the permitting department and just sending them on, what do we do here? What do we do here? Especially when we weren't getting back to folks on a reasonable time. But I think in terms of personnel, that's a decision. I don't know what other policies are going to come out of improving the planning department, because I think that's going to take a long time. I think, that section's not going to be figured out within these 2 weeks. I think the focus should be strictly on this policy right here. But I do recognize that, yes, they definitely do play off each other, but I see it as, two separate conversations.
And I want to say in this, I think you were sitting in the meeting with the builders that I was, that we had, I don't know, it's probably been 2 months ago now. And there were, some of the builders talked about other policy issues that we have in our city that impede the development, that add additional costs and delays to them. And so I believe that we need to look at it holistically and in totality, because there are policy decisions that we have made, or that this body has made, it may not be us specifically, that have an impact on the building, on the builders and development in Kansas City. And while definitely, when I'm saying the delays, I wasn't talking specifically about personnel issues. What I'm saying is that the policies that we have in place present the result that we are getting. And as a policymaker, I believe that we need to understand the impact of the policy, of this policy that we're making, and especially because we're not the ones that will enforce it. It's our staff that will do that. So without them having an opportunity to take a look at it and review, we won't understand the impact, the long-term impacts of what we're doing. And so, definitely I wouldn't recommend that we vote on this today, because we didn't see it until just now. The lawyers haven't had a chance to see it, as well as the staff haven't had a chance to review and make recommendations. And unfortunately, I know in another situation, we had recommendations come from an outside committee a few months ago, not dealing with this committee, that ordinances were drafted without having those evaluations from our city staff, our trusted experts within the city, and we had to back them off because they hadn't had a chance to review it. So I couldn't in good conscience encourage us to vote on this today without having those thorough reviews. I think that would be a mistake. And so I know Councilman Duncan had his hand up.
Mayor Pro Tem, you took the words right out of my mouth. I think it's absolutely imperative for us to be making informed decisions, and that the staff needs to review these and to provide us some feedback and how we will implement whatever proposed changes will be made. In addition, I think it's important that everybody who showed up today has an opportunity to see it as well.
Thank you. The other thing I would just like to also add to that, assuming you all agree with me, is, I've heard in these discussions 2024 ICC codes. I believe they were recommended in March of this year, but that those will be rolling out and coming forward as well. I would like to understand the impact of that on this as well. So if we can get information from staff in regards to how those 2024 will play into what we're, this ordinance, this third committee substitute, and just the overall ICC codes in general.
Mayor Pro Tem, if I may, I would like to request, first of all, thank you for the 2 weeks for the staff to review the proposed third committee substitute. Just want to make sure that staff can be prepared to, it appears to be the result of compromise. So I think we're just going to be prepared to go ahead and figure out how to implement that. But very quickly after that, I really do want to shift the attention of the department to see how to fix some of the systemic issues that exist as far as permitting. But along the way, and probably not within the next 2 weeks, we are going to take a look at any new proposals with respect to energy code, just to make sure that they make sense for our environment and for our context. And so I guess what I'm saying is give us the time to look at this third committee sub. Let me have the time to work with staff to figure out how do we change the narrative as far as what's going on with the planning department and how we can be more responsive to customers. And then we'll start looking at what are new policy changes that we should be considering down the road as we move forward in time. So thank you.
And I just want to make a comment too. I appreciate that, Director Vasquez, what's your title now?
Not yet. One more day.
Okay, Assistant City Manager Vasquez. I appreciate that comment because I do think we do need to do some of the systemic things that you mentioned, and now that we have the new leadership that I think folks have been flagging for a while, I feel confident that we will be able to drill down, you know, to those issues and make some of those changes. My experience with the Assistant City Manager has been very ambitious as it relates to economic development and projects in my district. We have talked really regularly in my 10 months here, 11 months here. So I feel good about that kind of leadership. And I do think that the compromise that these two have come up with, and I know it's really emotionally charged, but these two are very different in where they come to the issue. You know, you have one that is highly trained in energy efficiency, knows what the flags are, knows what guardrails needed to be put in a third sub, flagged them. She has told us that she strongly supports a fourth path. And so I feel like we've just made some really good work in a really difficult situation. And yes, the public hasn't had a chance to look at it. And so from my understanding, the conversation she's had amongst her colleagues, they're not sour on this when she explains it to them. And so giving the community a time to digest it, I think is really important. But I don't want to miss the moment to solve a really important problem that, of course, you know, the energy codes are going to be iterative forever. Like, they're never going to go away. And so we're always going to have an opportunity to come back to the new code, as we should. And math's not my strong subject, but I think we're going to get to look at 2 iterations of codes during my term. And so, you know, we're going to be able to have those iterative discussions to make sure we're keeping up and making sure we're being as aggressive as possible. And so, yes, giving the community that time to digest it, giving Mario time to dive in, and if the council so chooses, he's going to have to implement it. And so, you know, he should be looking at it too, to tell us his thoughts on if it's helpful to him, because he's dealt with permits for years and years, so he should be able to tell us, yeah, this is going to help, or no, this is going to hurt, you know, from their perspective. So thanks for everybody's time. I know this has been really emotional, and the emails is very stressful, very stressful. And so just thanks for everybody just sticking with it and staying in the fight. And, you know, sometimes it's hard being an elected official, so.
Sometimes. Go ahead, Councilman Willett.
Hey, appreciate it, Mayor Pro Tem. I just wanted to say or suggest one thing. I think the closest we've got with, you know, with a good policy here is when we have both Charlotte and Dennis when they're in the room on Friday. And I think that's the input I'd like their new planning director to include into the conversation. I think they are, you know, pretty level-headed on this, and not just to, you know, go off and try to find new inputs. I do think that they're very close to in their expertise on building homes and rating homes. I do want to ask, since we did have the original ordinance prepared with a 64 as the energy code, were there any like staff prepared comments based on what we had publicly on the agenda?
The only staff at the time, I think, having witnessed the input, negotiation dialogue between, you know, the industry, advocacy groups, I think the only comment that staff can make at this time is that we're prepared to implement, you know, whatever solution is that the council decided, because it has become at this point a policy decision and not so much a professional sort of input. But, At any rate, I think I take some comfort in the fact that the ordinance does include a desire to lower that score over time, and does provide a mechanism for that score to be lowered over time. So I think that's one thing that we're probably going to be working toward, to make sure that we can implement that as well and make you aware of what those requirements might mean over time as they come into play.
All right, thank you. So with that, I will entertain a motion to go ahead and accept this third committee sub so that we can add it to the clerk's site, make it transparent for everybody.
No objection.
There's no objection? Okay.
No objection.
All right, so there's no objection, so we will go ahead and accept this third committee sub for this committee, and no objection to the two-week hold? Okay, no objection to the two-week hold, so that will, Mr. Clerk, if you will put this back on the agenda for August the 13th?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and thank you all, everyone. Thank you both for your time here and all of your assistance. Thank you, everybody. Is there any additional information to come before the committee? All right, I will adjourn the meeting. Thank you.
Before 5 o'clock.
Any other questions or comments?
Mayor Pro Tem, it sounds like we might need, staff did not prepare the ordinance, so I don't believe it contains the waiver language, which was typically a separate section, so I'm just deferring to Sarah if we need a substitute before it's voted on by the full council.
I mean, I think you might, I was following along during your presentation, I didn't see any reference to a waiver. I know the city manager's office and mayor's office were engaged with the developers council. I don't see that in here. Is that intended to be?
Is that something that would typically be in the preliminary plan? Or
It's language on the
final
plan, and it's typically like section C in the ordinance. It's a separate section that we typically include, but I know it was prepared by other staff.
So we need a committee sub.
Sure, I think we probably should add that. I think Genevieve has the language, and you can maybe put it on the screen, or send it to me, and I'll address that.
Madam Chair, Travis Kiefer, Casey Water. I also want to make sure that the stormwater management plan that we worked with the applicant's consultant on is incorporated into this plan as well, because it is different than what's been referenced on the slides here. So it's a much more robust plan for stormwater management. It includes 3 detention basins and does much better at controlling the stormwater runoff from this site.
Okay, so in essence, then, we need you're recommending a committee sub in 614 to include, I'm trying to figure out where it would go, to include the stormwater management plan.
That is correct.
Okay.
Okay, I mean, it wouldn't be in 614, right? It would be
566.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Right.
So where does it need to go?
I think it would just be this sheet, as provided and as presented to you, would just be included in the final plan set that's stamped. So this is slightly different than the plans that were in your original packet because it was sent this week. But I don't think there's any language that needs to be added or amended. It'll just be reflected on the sheet, and it will go in the approved set with the ordinance number. Is that okay, Travis?
Yeah, okay, I think that's fine. So we're just going to add the language that Genevieve showed on the screen regarding a waiver.
The waiver
sounds
language.
like.
Yep.
Okay. All right, so we'll make sure we have the stamped stormwater management plan and that we have a committee sub with the appropriate waiver language.
Yeah, and I can add that to the existing committee sub.
Okay. Any other, go ahead, Councilman Robinson.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to formally request that this, if it is reported out of committee, if it could be reported out of due pass, the developer does have a meeting, one more meeting with the neighborhood on Monday that we would like for them to complete.
Due pass as opposed to advance and due pass? Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, thanks for that clarification.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, is there any public testimony on this ordinance?
There's no written testimony submitted to the city clerk's office for resolution number 240614 or ordinance number 240566. No one appears by Zoom with the raised hand or in person to testify.
I'll entertain a motion.
Yes, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, I move that committee substitute for ordinance number 240566 be reported out of committee with the recommendation of due pass.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that carries.
And then the resolution.
And the resolution.
And I don't believe that was a committee sub. The resolution is not a committee sub.
The resolution is also a committee sub.
Oh, it is committee sub. Okay, got it. All right. Madam Mayor Pro Tem, I move that resolution, committee substitute for resolution 240614 be reported out of committee with the recommendation of due pass.
Second. It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
I've had a request to move up 240615.
Okay. To committee substitute for ordinance number 240615, rezoning an area of about 15.3 acres generally located between Northwest 81st Street extended and Northwest 83rd Street on both sides of Northwest Milray Drive, 8199 Northwest Milray Drive, from District R5 to District R1.5, and approving a development plan which also serves as a preliminary plat for a residential development consisting of 2 lots and 1 tract.
Okay, good afternoon, Vice Chair Bunch and fellow committee members and Councilwoman French. As this is in the 2nd District, this is ordinance number 240615. It's a companion case, a rezoning without plan, and a residential development plan at 8199 Northwest Milray Drive. Many of you are wondering where Milray Drive is. It's just south of Zona Rosa in the 2nd Council District. It is a 15-acre landlocked parcel. The current zoning is R-2.5. The applicant is proposing to rezone to R-1.5. Here's a view looking southeast from Northwest 83rd Street. And here's a view looking west from Northwest Prairie View Road. You can see the mature vegetation and trees. There will be 2 points of access for this site with the number of units, 150 total units. The applicant, the developer, has an agreement, I believe, to purchase the property on top of your screen to allow for the primary access. There will be emergency access on the south of the site that can only be accessed through the fire department. And on the right side will be a pedestrian connection to the retail development as shown on the right side of your screen in that picture. The future land use recommendation for this site is residential medium high density. So the applicant's plan and rezoning complies with the future land use recommendation. And with the size of this site, if they were to maximize how many units they could build, it would be 446 units, but at this point in time, it's 150. Currently, there's roughly 8.5 acres of mature vegetation on this site. The applicant is proposing to preserve some of the trees, especially on the eastern side of the site, to create a buffer, and they will be keeping about 1.3 acres of the trees. Here are the proposed building elevations, 2-story, multi-unit, and they will be 4plexes and 6plexes. The staff and City Plan Commission recommendation for the rezoning without plan is approval without conditions. The recommendation for the residential development plan is approval with conditions. And that concludes my presentation.
Any questions or comments from members of the committee? Councilman Willett.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chairman Eric Bunch. No, a couple questions.
That's on my birth certificate.
I just want to be extra formal, especially when you're taking over. First question, will there be tree preservation in this, like in terms of fees associated with trees taken down?
They're doing a mixture of the payment as well as they are planting an additional 58 trees that are incorporated into their landscape plan.
Okay. So roughly how many, I saw there's about 1.3 acres left.
That's what they're preserving.
Yeah, what was the acreage beforehand? Oh, is it, okay, sorry. Okay.
Yep.
Gotcha. My other question, are these own or rent? Own.
I will leave that question for the applicant.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, my name is Patricia Jensen, here today on behalf of PC Homes, which is Mr. Brian Mertz's entity. If you would promote him, he can answer that question more fully. Councilman Willett, we are providing the ability to sell in addition to renting. So I don't think it's known for sure right now, but we are platting the property so that they can be sold. As Andy stated, this piece of property has been a very difficult piece of property because of the access issues. It's never been developed because it doesn't have direct access to a city street. But Brian solved that problem by obtaining the building, having a contract to obtain the office building to the north, and that will be the primary access. And then the southern access, there's already an emergency access through that site. So Brian, do you want to answer Councilman Willett's question more fully?
Yes, council members, thank you for allowing me to zoom in on this call. The answer is I would like the flexibility to do owner occupied or rental. Since this process will take us, another 12, 24 months, and not knowing what the market conditions will be at that point, I'd like to have the flexibility.
Yeah, the other thing I wanted to put in there, the neighbors around there, especially the Northland Community Cleanup Group, is in support of this, especially with the type of development. There's been a lot of trash pickups in that area, unhoused in the woods back in that area, and I just wanted to put that out there.
That is correct, Councilman Willett. This site has been where there have been a lot of tents being placed on the property. There is also an individual who I think is feeding stray cats out there, and there's probably over 200 cats out there on this yes, Councilman Bunch. So the neighbors were all very supportive of what our plans were.
As an owner of one cat, I can only imagine what hundreds of cats would do. Okay.
All right, did we take public testimony?
No.
No, okay.
And we're in agreement with staff and the committee sub in front of you, so.
Thank you. Public testimony?
There's no written testimony submitted to the city clerk's office for ordinance 240615. No one appears by Zoom with the raised hand or in person to testify.
So did we read the committee sub? You did? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. What threw me off is because you just said ordinance. You didn't say committee sub, so I just wanted to double check and make sure we did everything correctly, but I will entertain a motion.
Real quick, I'd like to be added as a co-sponsor.
Let the record reflect that Councilman Willett will be a co-sponsor. Thank you.
Hates cats.
I actually do hate cats.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, I move that committee substitute for ordinance number 240615 be reported out of committee with recommendation of advance and do pass.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll go back and catch, was it 400605?
Ordinance number 240605, approving the designation of the Carmen Building on 101 West Linwood Boulevard to the Kansas City Register of Historic Places on an area of about 1.45 acres, generally located between Wyandotte Street and Baltimore Avenue on the south side of West Linwood Boulevard.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon again. Larissa Chambi, City Planning and Development, Development Management Division. All right, as was stated, this is an ordinance to rezone to the HO overlay, which is the historic overlay, at 101 West Linwood Boulevard. I just wanted to go over the ways that this application type can be applied for. So I think we've only seen one since the beginning of your term. So this, the first way an application can be initiated is by the owner of the subject property. The second is by the Historic Preservation Commission, member of City Council, or neighborhood association. And the third is where a person or organization where at least 51% of the owners of affected parcels in the proposed district do not object to the nomination. This one was applied for by the neighborhood association. So here is the location of the subject property. Here's a close-up. If you can see my mouse, what we're rezoning is this northern portion in the B4-5 area. The section below it will remain R-6. This is the historic Carmen building that is aimed to be preserved by the historic overlay. And the end of my presentation, but Mr. Wolf has a more detailed one. The City Plan Commission recommended approval without conditions, as did the Historic Preservation Committee recommend. So I will pass it over to Mr. Wolf.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Brad Wolf, City Planning and Development. Before you is a nomination for the...
You speak into the mic.
Oh, excuse me.
Thank
a little closer. Before you is a nomination for 101 West Linwood. It's historically known as the Carmen Building. It's located just west of Main Street. There's three criteria that we look at spelled out in the ordinance in determining whether a property would be eligible for listing. One is the National Register of Historic Places criteria set out by the Department of Interior. The second is the economic impact of the designation on the subject property and the surrounding area. And then the third part is conformance with the city's adopted plans. As noted, these are the proposed boundaries. And just to give you an overview of the building, it was built in 1923 with an addition on the front in 1927, which was added when the Brotherhood of Railway Carmen purchased the building. There is a non-historic addition that the Salvation Army added in 1992 in the back, along with a couple of non-historic utility buildings and parking lots. Just to give you an idea of some of this is the original photo from 1923 when it was the Diener Dental Institute. And then the rendering of when the Brotherhood purchased the building in 1927 and added the front. This is the 1940 tax assessor photograph. And this is just some of the aerials showing the excuse me, the area around the building. Even though it has changed some over time, it still retains a lot of its character. In particular, the commission found that it was eligible under criterion A for social history related to its history with the union, the railway. They journal in this particular building up on the second and third floors, but also leased out other spaces. One would be the Missouri Valley Historical Society, pictured in front of the building, and then one of the notable tenants is Burns and McDonald, had one of their offices here early in their development as a company. So in general, the Carmen Building is eligible for its significance with the union, the Brotherhood of Railway Carmen of America. They were instrumental in passing the Railroad Retirement Act of 1937. And as noted before, the commission recommended approval and the City Planning Commission recommended approval. And that concludes my staff report.
Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, comments?
I'll just say thanks to the neighborhood leadership. This is full disclosure. This is like my neighborhood. I live just down the street from here, and it's been frustrating, honestly, to see the building kind of fall into disrepair. And but it is, as noted in this fine presentation from Mr. Wolf, this is a historic building. It adds to the historic character of this neighborhood. One of the many reasons why I and my neighbors, I assume, chose to live in or near Old Hyde Park. And so preservation of these buildings is always important, but also adaptive reuse and continuing to encourage and then sometimes even incentivize adaptive reuse so that these buildings can be saved and reoccupied. And so really hoping to see the property owner do more in this regard and clean it up and we're doing our part to preserve the building, and that's me saying that I'm full support of this. But we need the property owner to step up, but that's another conversation altogether. But thank you all for and Ms. Carpolo,
Well,
I don't know if you had a chance to introduce yourself.
Yes, thank you. I do have a short presentation, if I may. Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Nacha Carpolo, and I'm representing the Old Hyde Park Historic District neighborhood. I do have a set of slides just to briefly give you a quick background.
Quickly, please. Quickly.
Quickly, yes.
Thank you.
So obviously, we're here today to add this to the Kansas City Register. Go ahead next, please. And just overview, historic preservation. Obviously, this building does contribute to the quality and historic character of our neighborhood. The most sustainable buildings are the ones that we can reuse and use as adaptive reuse. We certainly do not need another vacant building. This one was slated to be demolished, and that's when we acted quickly and applied for historic designation. There's lots of potential here for reuse, so I don't think that would be an issue for the owner. And the big thing is that right now there is no development plan at all. The owner has not demonstrated due diligence, as Councilmember Bunch just mentioned. He does not have a development plan, and he is definitely putting the neighborhood at risk with illegal activity on the site. Next slide, please. So it is sort of a different situation, a different conversation as far as managing the property, but we do believe that historic designation will give us protection with the oversight of historic preservation, and ultimately will add value to the owner, whether it's the current owner or a future owner, and definitely be an asset to the neighborhood. Next slide. And just quickly, we have a lot of vacant lots, so we certainly don't need another one. So designating it will protect that space. Next slide. And then quickly, as I mentioned, resource conservation, sense of place. Building fits with our neighborhood already, so there's no need to tear it down. And it is what most neighbors want, and it does add value to our neighborhood. Next slide. Just in short, very quickly, the communications. Since in February when we heard about this, we acted and applied, and since then we have had numerous meetings with neighbors, code officers, city council members, and including the business owner. Next slide. And that's it. That concludes my presentation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. while our chair is discussing with our legal counsel, are there any questions or concerns from members, or comments or questions from the members of the committee? Is there any public testimony on this one? And just noting that it
there's
is,
comments.
sorry.
Would the owner happen to be, the owner of the property happen to be in the chambers? No? Okay. And in CPC, was there, what was the public testimony, if any?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
In the CPC hearing, was there any public testimony or any testimony from the owner regarding this?
For the original meeting, there was a lot of public testimony, both in support and opposition of the designation. The property owner submitted a letter asking for a continuance so that he could be in attendance, or his representative could be in attendance. So it was continued to a later date, to July 3rd. At that time, he was not in attendance at that meeting.
And we don't have any letter from the property owner, received an email
There
or
was written
anything?
testimony received, but I don't know who it's from.
If it was from the owner or not?
And if I may, I have not met directly with, I've heard from the owner. I know my colleague, Councilman Rea, has met with them. And the latest that I had heard, again, there's no development plan, so we don't really, everything's kind of speculation other than just taking the developer's word for it, that the plan moving forward is to save the building and then develop a portion of the adjacent property or something. Still, there's no plan, but it was almost as if it had just occurred to that person that the building could be saved. So I have had very minimal communication with them. And so for all those reasons, I'm in support of this. And it's a large lot, so there's certainly more area that could be developed while saving this building and reoccupying it. So my understanding at the latest thing is that the property owner was like, oh yeah, I guess we could save the building. But I haven't heard anything beyond what that or what was said at CPC or in the testimonies.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councilman
I
Willie.
do have a question. This is more procedural. Is it 9 votes from full council to put this as a designation? Or
Yes.
Or is it
Correct?
majority?
Unless, no. You might be thinking of when a protest petition is filed, I don't know.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not aware of one.
Yeah, we went through a similar situation like this before, but actually, because there isn't a protest petition on this one, I don't
Not to
believe.
my knowledge.
Yeah.
Or not yet?
Okay, go ahead.
Well, and also, and perhaps maybe the point that my colleague is getting at is that I've long said that this shouldn't be the process for preserving buildings, and there should be, and to the staff's credit, that we've gone to the effort to update demolition review process. There's still, I think, some more work to do, but it's my belief that we should never be approving a demolition of really about any building, maybe with some limitations, before there's any sort of development plan, because that has all sorts of ramifications. Because once it's gone, as Ms. Carpello's presentation pointed out, vacant lots have a negative impact on the neighborhood. So I believe that we should be going through these in a different way, but right now this is a tool we have, and so I'll be in support of this one.
Thank you. All right, so we'll go to Lisa Briscoe.
Yep. Thank you, members of the committee. Lisa Briscoe, good afternoon. I live at 3514 Jefferson Street, Kansas City, Missouri. I'm an architect and an urban planner and executive director of Historic Kansas City Foundation. And we're here today in support of the designation for a couple of reasons. First, as Brad mentioned, as the Historic Preservation Commission confirmed, it is indeed a historic building meeting the National Register criterion for evaluation. Second, and most importantly, demolition by neglect is when buildings are destroyed not by the wrecking ball, but by time and neglect, by owners who either don't care about the conditions or they wish to raise the structure of the property but don't get permission from the city to do so. The communities in the middle With the city issuing citations, repairing the building is a problem. The owner ignores the citations, leaving the community, the neighborhood, and everyone surrounding it at risk, and everyone continues to blame the building. The rapid decline of this structure, as Nadja has already mentioned, demonstrates the strategy of what I just described, which is demolition by neglect, where you're using it to work around the existing laws of the city. And this property owner's actions are speaking very loudly of his intent. Thirdly, the site can accommodate additional construction in and around the historic building if properly done. This has been talked about at the 2 previous commission hearings. The prime example of this is the Cat's Drugstore. And in closing, the city did not choose Main Street as a streetcar route in order to adversely impact the neighborhoods that have struck it out day in, day out, based upon a speculative development that does not support their efforts and their investment. You know, that ultimately is a formula for gentrification and inequitable economic development. The historic designation of the building will give a measure of protection through oversight of the Preservation Commission. It'll give the it'll provide the technical staff ability to provide assessment and assistance throughout, but it will in particular give the neighborhood, the property owners, and the businesses afforded a resource that they can go to help further mitigate their risk as this property goes forward. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. If no other.
Lucinda.
Oh. If you
Good
state your name.
afternoon. I'm Lucinda Rice Petrie, and I live at 6801 Ward Parkway, Kansas City, Missouri. I've been involved in historic preservation of the built environment since 1976 as a volunteer and a board member of Historic Kansas City from 1979 through 2011, and I've also been president of the organization. I want to speak to all of you about the importance of placing the Carmen Building on the National Register of Historic Places. In these many years that I've been a volunteer in historic preservation, I have seen so many marvelous buildings demolished by the wrecking ball. And one in particular is not too far from where I live. That's the Richard Block home. It was leveled in the summer of 2009, and it was a shame. The building was the home of Richard Block and his family, 6301 Ward Parkway. It was a design that was comparable or fashioned after the designs of Christopher Wren of England. There's nothing wrong with the building. We just couldn't get it on the National Register of Historic Places in time. And it was terribly regretful. And I never shall forget Mrs. Block driving by as I was standing there watching the building go down, coming over to me and say, "I can't believe this is happening to my home." Secondly, the Nell Peters apartment buildings on the Country Club Plaza. They weren't able to be placed on the National Register, and now what is there in both cases, 6301 Ward Parkway and the Country Club Plaza? Nothing, nothing. And every time I drive back and forth on Ward Parkway, I look at that vacant land and it makes me ill. So let's do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Go ahead, Councilman Wood.
Mayor Pro Tem, I want to give a quick shout out to Lucinda. She is not just an advocate for historic places, but when as an undergrad at University of Missouri, she's big at bringing different lectures to campus, including Jane Goodall, a lot of different folks. So she is a hero and a good mentor to me and MIZ.
ZOU. Go Tigers.
All right. I will entertain a motion.
Yes, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, I move that ordinance number, I've just lost it, 240605 be reported out of committee with a recommendation of advance and do pass.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that motion carries. Thank you. All right, we have, we done with our ordinances?
I have two.
Thank you.
524.
Okay, 524.
Ordinance number 240524, approving a development plan on about 60 acres, which also serves as a preliminary plat for an industrial development on District M2-3, generally located at 10951 North Congress Avenue.
Hello again.
My apologies, I don't think you have a packet for this one. I know it was a last-minute decision whether it was going or held.
Yeah. Mayor Pro Tem, just a couple things on this. Before we get started, if you don't mind.
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Yeah, so both Councilman and O'Neill and I are opposed to this development having any access to 108th Street, and so is the neighbor and a lot of the neighborhoods around there. I do know that there is a potential development plan or development proposal that has been amended slightly to this, but it still has access to 108th Street, which both Councilman O'Neill and I are adamantly opposed against. I do think there might be some updated materials for this if we do want to hold it.
I don't have those, so if there are.
Yeah, you know what, it's late,
Yeah.
so I'm just gonna use my chair. I haven't done this much, but I'm gonna just hold this a week, since there seems like there's more information that needs to come out anyway. So we will hold this until next week and get that information. So there's additional business, but have we gone through all the ordinances?
All the ordinances are done.
Thank you. Sorry you waited so long, but thank you. Go ahead.
I just wanted to clarify the hold on the 240434, the energy codes. I just wanted to clarify, was that a 1 week hold? Okay, I was under the impression we were holding it for 3 weeks or something. Are we?
And the sponsors
Okay.
decided they would like to hold it 1 week instead of 3.
Okay. Okay, I just wanted that clarity to understand. Okay.
Thank you for clarifying. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
We done?
No, we have additional business.
And Mayor Pro Tem,
Additional
sorry.
business, Land Development Division transition update.
Just a reminder, you also have semi-annual docket as well.
Oh, did I skip that?
I think I have.
Let's do the semi-annual docket, I'm sorry. Let's do this docket. You have a, yeah.
Madam Chair, I move that ordinances numbers 230740 and 230937 be recommended for release from the semi-annual docket, and that the remaining ordinances listed under the heading Neighborhood Planning and Development be held on the semi-annual docket.
Second?
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. We don't have to take public testimony on this, do we?
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make
Unless you
sure.
unless you had questions about why items are being released or anything like that, but.
Okay, it's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that motion carries. Okay, now we'll move to our additional business.
All right.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, all. Morgan Holochek, City Manager's Office.
Travis Kiefer with Casey Water.
Soneto City Engineer.
We are here today to provide an update on 230741. This was the ordinance sponsored by Councilman O'Neill, made a variety of code changes, which ultimately ended up in city staff working to transition the Land Development Department from city planning to public works and water. So just kind of a high-level overview of what the Land Development Division does. They are essentially the city's arm to review and approve process for privately built public infrastructure. They do intake for these applications, review the plans, which is kind of that technical review we do, issue the permits, and do the inspection on the work. On the right-hand side here, you'll see a somewhat hard to read chart, but the intent here is to show how we took all of the things that this department does and split them between Public Works and Water. I don't know if you have anything to add to that.
No, and you'll see that some of those are marked as shared because both departments would have responsibilities for some of those plan types.
Great. So in this transition, we have been able to complete the transition with all employees existing from Land Development Department reporting to their new departments. 13 additional vacant positions opened with no budget implications. Budgets have been transitioned from city planning to Public Works and Waters to support these functions, and the preliminary revenue driving fee splits have been identified. We've got a next phase, which will make that a more advanced fee split to represent the type of work being done by Water and Public Works. This page here is kind of the workforce update. That's the implications of this change. We have more than doubled the workforce capacity by actively filling vacant roles that we had existing. So the intake and quality control and permit issuance, the administrative arms of this process, are going to be shared between Public Works and Water. This will, A, help reduce overhead, and B, it'll create a consistency and experience for our end users. And then for plan review and inspection, we've got 4 full-time employee positions for Public Works and Water, and inspection 6 full-time employees for Public Work and 5 for Water. Anything to add?
No, that covers it.
Cool. And last piece here, technology, equipment, summary and update. Compass KC has been updated for kind of a phase 1 transition of this that essentially routes those requests to the right people. We're kind of working through some of the final bugs on getting access to the right employees for that. And then there will be a phase 2 of those improvements, which I think will recognize process improvement and data collection and some of those bigger things that we've been talking about to get to a better experience. The employees have been transitioned with their equipment, and new employees will be equipped by the new department. We are working through additional vehicle and equipment requests as relates to those new positions. So as you all have any information, we'll share that. Last piece and thing that we're working through is updating city website and communications so that developers and end users know who to talk to, have a clear understanding of what the process is, and can get to the right people when they have questions. So with that, I think any questions y'all have?
I have questions, but go ahead, Councilman.
Mine's a bit in the weeds, where I tend to like to live. So when, and this is maybe just helping me understand like an example of how this might work, but when a developer proposes to build a new building, let's say, and part of that is requirement, part of that construction is going to block the sidewalk for some reason. Then there's a permit for a traffic control permit of some sort to address that. Who's reviewing that right now, and will this be will there be a change to that process going forward, knowing that we have a standard for sidewalk closures and a reasonable accommodation?
Right. Sidewalks, curb, gutters, drive approaches are considered minor infrastructure, and that goes through the Public Works group.
Okay.
Yes, correct. So the minor infrastructure permits, the small work that needs to be done, that's going to fall within sort of the permitting group that we have now on the 5th floor that does all the traffic control permits and those kind of permits. And those inspectors also, they're kind of more geared to that small kind of work, spread out throughout the city.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that, and this could be a follow-up conversation for sure, but ensuring that our code is in order, but then so it's enforceable, but also just making sure that the code that we do have is requiring pedestrian access during construction. Currently, our standard requires it if it's going to be closed more than 15 calendar days, I think it is, in the public works standards. Making sure that that is noted as a requirement in that particular traffic control permit, but also making sure that the traffic control permit process is considering a sidewalk part of the street. In the past, it was just a checkbox and compass. It really should be considered a lane of travel because it is that you shouldn't just be able to check a box to say, yes, let's go ahead and close it, even though we have an ordinance or a standard that says you're not supposed to do that. So we can follow up with that, but I just want to make sure that that gets shored up because it's gotten worse in the last few years. And sidewalks have remained closed for a long, long time because construction or something. So just want to, again, go into the weeds for a second. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Councilman Bunch. I have a couple of questions. Really kind of along the line of what Councilman Bunch just stated. Can you talk about timeline? So, you know, what can developers expect as a timeline for, you know, through the process? If you could break down each one of the segments and talk about, you know, what do they expect? What should they expect now?
Well, timeline-wise, I think August 11th is when we're going to have new staff coming on board to help with the QCR process, which is the sort of the gateway into the process, the QCR. That's where we're sort of, you know, lacking right now, to be honest. But I think.
And hold on a second. Let me interrupt you because it's late and I just don't want to forget my point. So you said you're hiring staff, and I know on one of the slides, if you'll go back to the resource summary, it talks about, as I see that you're currently recruiting for positions, but where were those positions vacant before the transition?
Yes, positions were vacant and positions were. Yeah, basically, so we had to sort of scramble and start, you know, go through the whole process of advertising, going out, recruiting. I think we've been doing a good job. We just need to find the right people for the right jobs. And then I think we're going to be in a lot better position in a couple weeks.
And so I guess I think when council decided to move forward with the process, you know, to separate the staff or the processes to streamline and try to be more efficient, I think the thought was that, you know, those staff would stay in those same positions. But it looks like we have certain departments or segments that don't have any staff in them. So how can we be efficient or effective if you don't have staff and now you really have to start over hiring them? Can somebody explain how that?
So all of the existing staff that were doing this work in the Land Development Division did transition. There were some staff members that took different roles kind of in that same period of time, and I think in that transition, it made sense to then start that hiring up with their new respective departments. So there are staff that are doing quality control right now, but we're hiring some new folks, or there's actually some employee transitions that are going to be happening to fill those new roles and increase that capacity so that the ultimate timeline from intake to inspection to beautiful new infrastructure being built will be faster and more efficient for the ends.
So in essence, really what developers can expect really is that we're going to be slower for a while, even then worse than what we were before. But when can we expect it, you know, what's your timeline? When can we expect it to, us to be more streamlined and efficient?
So one of the things that did happen was the IT issue that the city had. That really brought the whole permitting process to a standstill. And, you know, right as we were transitioning also. So the IT issue combined with the transition is what kind of caused a little bit of a backup. And then we had some staff, like I said, just that, you know, staff issues. So now, like I said, in about 2 weeks, we're going to be getting everybody back where they need to be, and we're working through that backlog of the IT shutdown. So that's we're working through that, and I think in about a month, we'll be back to normal, and then from there, we'll be starting to improve.
So that IT shutdown ultimately sounds like all work really was ceased during that time frame, or a majority of it. I know that was one of the complaints that I heard from developers as well. And so, is there an action plan in place? And this is really more so for the city manager's office. If there's a action plan in place to allow them to get caught back up. So for example, if there were staff that were originally in those positions and they've transferred to do another role, then can we then, for a period of a few weeks or a month or whatever it takes, go ahead, those staff that know the job, have them to go ahead and do that job so that we can get caught back up and our building can continue, our developments can continue? Is that something that we can do for those staff maybe that were doing the job prior to our transition, and then they maybe moved or transitioned it all at the same time? So we know that we lost efficiency in addition to the work just stopping. What can we do? What action can we put in place?
Yeah, I think the action plan for the transitioned employees and all of that stuff, we are going to have some conversations over the next couple of weeks as to getting those employees to start doing the work that they will be doing and starting to kind of crawl out of that hole that IT shutdown created for us. I think the intake and quality control is the first piece of it. And I think that, and correct me if I'm wrong, but will be a relatively faster piece to kind of get through. And then the increased capacity on the technical side of things, the plan review and inspection, will be the piece that really moves that along and makes a big difference in the customer experience.
That's correct, because you were only looking at actually two people doing plan review prior to this transition. So already it's gone from 2 to 4 with additional staff coming on. So yes, the progress should be swift once the QCR process is set up and we get the additional staff on board.
So prior to the transition, just to follow the line of your chart here, how many staff were in there in the role in intake quality control prior to the transition? How many staff were doing that job?
I believe 1.
Yeah, basically it was one person.
One.
But that person didn't transfer over.
Person did not transfer over.
So we had to.
That person took a role in a different division, and so there was then somebody else brought into that role while it was still in city planning. That person transitioned, and now I think that there's some interest in actually transitioning that previous employee as well. So that is kind of the piece and process here for QCR.
So pending one transfer to a shared position. So ultimately you're saying that person may end up transferring?
He is
Because I understand
transferring.
somebody was told they had to wait 60 days, that they couldn't transfer.
Right.
Is that this person or is that somebody else?
That is this person. That's
So-
an HR, or I believe it's an HR policy that they have, the department has 60 days to kind of transition that person.
Okay.
But I think that we may have some conversations in the next couple of weeks as to whether that full 60 days is still needed and if there's an opportunity to kind of
Okay.
expedite that transition.
Okay, what about the next one, plan review?
So plan review, there were 2 people in it originally. Those 2 people were transitioned to their new departments, and 2 additional people those 2 people went to Public Works, and 2 additional people have been hired for water.
So
currently
water
recruiting.
doesn't have anybody doing plan review right now?
We do,
You do,
yeah,
but not these 2 because they transferred somewhere else?
to Public Works, correct.
Right, so who do you
So they're
have?
doing
So you
plan
have,
review in Public Works. You have to realize there's plan review in both departments. And so, yes, the 2 that were doing the plan review in LDD went to Public Works. They're still doing plan review. They're still hiring additional staff. We, Casey Water, hired 2 additional staff. And we have other staff that are helping out to get this process rolling.
Okay, but it says, so currently recruiting for Casey Water,
That's-
but are you recruiting or are the people actually in the job today? That's
Two
what
and
I'm
two.
asking.
Out of 4, 2 have been hired. We're recruiting 2
In Casey Water,
in Casey Water.
okay.
And the same with Public Works.
With Public Works, it's actually.
Hold on a second.
Okay.
So in Casey Water, how many people do you have physically sitting in their job today? In this role today?
2.
Okay, that physically worked, not hired and they start next
And
week?
then we have advertisements out for 2 additional people to equate to the 4 that we have, yes.
Okay, and then Public Works?
Public Works, we transferred 2 people from LDD over to Public Works. They're on the 18th floor now, and they've been going, again, they had a big backlog because of the IT shutdown, but since the engineering division of Public Works, we have other engineers, many of which used to work at LDD. They were able to come in and start helping out immediately with the backlog and the QCR. So all the engineers are actually working together to try to get through this backlog.
I would hope so.
Yes.
I would hope so that, we're working collaboratively across departments. Okay, the permit issuance, how many were in that position?
I believe it was 1 before, and it will be, those 3 shared resources that are doing the administrative work will be doing both intake QCR and permit issuance.
Correct.
So I think 1 person previously was handling both of those things in city planning, and we are transitioning that person, have someone on board, and are actively hiring for a 3rd.
So where does that person sit? That one that says transferred to a shared position, are they in water or Public Works?
They're in Public Works, but they sit on the 5th floor.
And and you all are they're sharing the work between the 2 departments until you fill the other
That's
positions?
correct.
Yeah, but basically, they're a Public Works employee, but Water Department and Public Works, we're working very closely. We're always talking, we're always sharing. So it's not, we're not working in silos here. This is both of us together. So really, that's why it's shared. It's because we're both.
And I think
really
that's
working
great that
together.
you all are working, but is the planning department also working
Well,
collaboratively with you all? Since some of the staff, they owned it before, some of the staff stayed there or were transitioned over to other positions. Are they also a part of this collaboration to help assist with the transition?
They've been really helpful in helping us understand how the department ran before and getting the right people on board. The transitions of people were kind of up to the individuals as to where they wanted to be. And so the person who moved from QCR role to, I think it was permits or a different division, I believe that, to my knowledge, that was their decision, and now they've decided they want to make that transition. So.
And if I can, Mayor Pro Tem, just from a city plan development perspective, as everyone has indicated, so we've worked with Water Services and Public Works and the manager's office, on setting up the framework that they've utilized for the transition. So all employees that were in place moved themselves over. Again, as mentioned, and I think what's happening is at city planning and development, there were other resources in addition to the people specifically assigned for land development to take care of things. What you've heard from Mr. Bossinetto and Mr. Kiefer is that same strategy is being deployed in Public Works and Water.
Okay, thank you. And then finally, inspection. How many were in that role?
5.
And did the 5 transition over? What happened?
Casey Water,
Okay, so all 5 of them went to Casey Water.
that's correct.
And Public Works is recruiting and hiring those positions. And none of these positions that you're recruiting for are stuck in the PRC.
They're
all
not.
been advertised and the
Yeah, actually,
recruitment is
we
occurring.
just had a job fair, and we were able to pick up three inspectors for Public Works. We're looking for a total of 6. In the meantime, our other inspectors are picking up the workload. The big problem is we were short on vehicles before. Our inspection team are literally driving around like, 12-year-old, like, Chevy cars to, like, work sites and stuff. We were very short before. Now we're like, if our inspectors can't go out to the job site, then it's kind of useless. So that's the big problem right now we're having is the vehicle situation. And then those inspectors also help to plow in the winter and things like that. So typically we try to get trucks, but the procurement of vehicles, just even trying to purchase vehicles has been very difficult.
So then it sounds like council maybe needs to appropriate some funds to go ahead and purchase some vehicles.
I think Public Works is in desperate need of vehicles.
Okay. All right, and what else? What else do you need?
I think vehicles is the big one.
Office space, where are you housing all these new people?
Yeah, 18th floor is full to the brim, which is it's a good problem to have.
5th floor.
I think General Services is doing a more robust review of office space utilization that we're going to work with on this. But yeah, office space has been a challenge just because we've got a lot of people, so.
Okay, so potential office space, General Services will provide an update. What's the timeline on that?
I would have to double check with them, but I know that they're actively kind of taking interviews from different stakeholders and collecting data now. So I can get back to you with the deadline on that.
Yeah, if you could let us know what the timeline is on the space allocation needs there. And then I'll also just request if you'll also let us know how many vehicles, go ahead and start working that up, and I'd be happy to introduce an ordinance to get you that as well. In addition, you talked about the backlog from the IT issue. How did that impact, or what's the impact on plan reviews? And I understand maybe there's some other concern or other issues that you all need some resources on.
Yeah, so what happens is the deadline obviously passed on a lot of those, because we try to, move through the QCR and the plan review and the permitting in a timely fashion. With the shutdown, which was, 2.5 weeks or so, we lost a lot of that time. So a lot of them became overdue. And then, of course, the developers are emailing us constantly, calling us
And
constantly.
emailing us, yeah.
Yeah, so that takes the limited staff time away because now we're answering all those phone calls and emails. But we've been getting through, right now we have 96 reviews is our backlog. 52 are not due yet, 32 are going to be due in a little bit, and 12 are overdue. So we've been able, again, by having all the engineers work together from our staff, we've been able to get through the QCR. I think we processed about 52 QCRs in less than a week. So we have 12 that are past the due date, and we're trying to get to those. And also those older ones, those older projects, the public works staff is still reviewing everything because they didn't want to kind of hand it over,
The ones that they had already started.
Yeah,
were
so
in the
the
middle
new ones that are coming in are now being split between water and public works. The old ones are still completely being done because, we just want to kind of finish those. But so about 12 are overdue at this point.
So can you talk about the KPIs that you have in place? I know when we had the meeting with all of the developers, they talked about what was most important to them was the time from their application to the time that they can, to market, till they get the property on the market. So what KPIs are you all putting in place, and what are you tracking now to ensure that you are improving?
So KPIs for the whole transition is something that we're working on. I think that, to your point on the KPIs that the developers are interested in, one of the most important pieces here is tracking not only kind of our time to respond to the reviews, but the time it takes from the intake and quality control to a completed inspection that passes and they are good to go. So I think that will definitely be one of the KPIs we set. I think we have some work to do as a team still. Now that we've gotten through the more administrative, meaty part of the resources and the budget and all of that, talking about how 6 months from now we want to look back and see how we've been successful and what we still need to do.
And so what is your timeline for establishing the KPIs?
Probably get it done in the next week or so.
Okay, so I would like to have an email, if you'll send it to the committee, of or just send it to the council, because I'm not the only one concerned, of those KPIs, and the information, all this information that I'm requesting. And then I think finally, I want to understand about the plan reviews. Apparently there's, I guess, been some issue with Wilson's. Can somebody elaborate on that?
Third party?
Yeah, the Wilson contract, so the Wilson contract was existing under the plan, when it was with planning. It's a citywide contract, so really what we did is Water and Public Works, we just said we're going to take over that contract, and then there was a sort of a pause there for a second as the transition happened, but now we're asking Wilson, we're sending Wilson more and more reviews, and my message to them was like, don't look, get them down now. Just because the due date is in 2 weeks, don't wait on it, get it down now. The one problem we're having with it is still the IT. Previously, Wilson and Company, which are located down in South Kansas City, Holmes and 435, I think, they were able to just VPN in, meaning they could work from their computers in their office into our system. That process is still not working up to this. So they're actually driving in once a week. One of their staff members drives in, sits in a cubicle, and is able to process the information. So that's how we've been getting around it. But again, Water and Public Works is sharing on the contract, and they're helping us out to get through the backlog.
And so do you need an additional appropriation to ensure that those are done expeditiously?
That's going to be evaluated as we go on. So yeah, I mean, the goal would be to not need that resource at all. That's
Okay.
the goal.
Yeah, to hire staff and to have staff do it instead of hiring it out.
Okay, one other thing, if you could add to your update to council is a timeline for when the VPN will be fixed. I know it's not technically related to this, but I know it's impacted us on our travel and other things. So if you could add that in from the city manager's perspective of when we can expect that we would be able to use that, if at all.
Yep.
That would be great. Okay, I think that's all my questions. I know I was deep in the weeds, but we established this process to see development, and as Councilman Rogers says, to see cranes moving. And it's important that we continue to move forward expeditiously and with the sense of urgency and collaboratively. And it sounds like you all are doing that, but I want to make sure as the council, if the council is needed to make additional changes or updates or whatever you need, resources, I want to make sure that we're aware. So we'll continue our regular meetings, but I will ask for another update in a month. Information. So if we'll add that to an additional business item in 30 days, that we'll just continue to have updates on this until we are moving smoothly and us council members don't continue to get calls from developers. Okay, any other questions, comments? Okay, well with that, I will adjourn our meeting. Thank you very much.
20 years ago, our district didn't look like this. Downtown was quiet and dark at night. Nobody stuck around past 5 p.m. 20 years ago, this city was getting ready for a rebirth. And 20 years ago, the ambassadors took to the streets. 50 men and women, the bumblebees, working 365 days per year, took to the downtown streets. They had a clear and simple mission: to clean, to keep people safe, and to make the city attractive. And the results? 145 city blocks revitalized, 41,600 hours of work, 260,000 bags of trash collected, 28,000 graffiti tags erased, 1.5 million meals served to those in need, 156,000 citizens assisted, and they're just getting started. Today, our district is thriving, and in the midst of a $9.8 billion renaissance, The population downtown has increased 147% since our ambassadors hit the streets, making it the fastest growing neighborhood in the region. Our district is now the premier location in the city for entertainment, epic celebrations, world-class dining, and boutique shopping experiences. The ambassadors helped lay the groundwork for this transformation. Relentlessly invest in making our streets clean and safe, laying the groundwork for who we are today. And we are just getting started.
Fires can spread quickly and erratically, and where they will go in your house is unpredictable. In fire emergencies, every second counts, so you and your family need to be prepared. Plan, practice, prepare. Plan. Having a family escape plan is the best way to prepare your family in case of a fire. It only takes minutes for a house to fill with smoke and become completely engulfed in flames. Escape plans help families evacuate the home quickly and safely through routes that they have previously discussed and practiced. Your plan should include multiple ways to escape each room, designate a meeting place outside, include all members of your house, including anyone with a disability and your pets. Draw a map of each level of your home and show all doors and windows. Find 2 ways to get out of each room. Make sure all doors and windows that lead outside open easily. Be sure to have multiple ways to escape. Because fires are unpredictable, having only one escape route could limit your family and leave them trapped. Practice. Practice your plan. It is important for families to practice fire escape plans a few times a year during the day and at night. Practicing fire escape routes ensures that everyone can safely exit the home on their own in case of a fire. Overnight guests should always be aware of your fire escape plan. If a fire occurs, it is important that your family understand that they need to get out fast and safely. Instruct family members to take the safest exit route and remind them that if they must escape through smoke, they should crawl low under the smoke and keep their mouths covered. The smoke contains toxic gases, which can cause you to get disoriented. Prepare. Have working smoke alarms on every level of your home and in bedrooms. Close bedroom doors. Closing bedroom doors before going to sleep can be the difference between life and death. In the event of a fire, closed bedroom doors keep out smoke and poisonous gases like carbon monoxide and keep temperatures much lower than in rooms with open doors. That gives occupants more time to survive and get out. Also, remind family members that they should never open doors that are hot to the touch. If you feel the doorknob or door and it is hot, leave the door closed and use a secondary escape route. If the door feels cool, open it slowly and be ready to shut it quickly if heavy smoke or fire is present. If all of your escape routes are blocked and you become trapped, close the doors and cover vents and cracks around the doors to keep the smoke out and call 911 immediately. Stay where you are and signal for help at the window with a light-colored cloth or flashlight. Remind family members that once they're out, it is important to stay out. You should never go back into a burning building for any reason. If someone is trapped in the home, allow firefighters who are equipped to enter the home to rescue them. KCFD wants you and your family to stay safe and healthy. Plan, practice, prepare your escape plan today.
Hi, I'm Tyler Haney, firefighter EMT with the Kansas City, Missouri Fire Department. Each year, we treat hundreds of children related to accidents that occurred in the home. Many of the most common accidents and injuries can be prevented. Inside the house, falls downstairs or out of windows, injuries from overturned furniture or burns in the kitchen are some of the most common injuries. Outside the house, kids being hit by cars, injuries from not being properly restrained in a car seat, or injuries with a seatbelt are the most common injuries. Young children should be supervised at all times, but you can make your job easier and increase their safety by following these tips. Inside your house, stairs should be secured with baby gates, or if there is a door, be sure the lock is out of reach. Railing spindles should be no wider than 4 inches to prevent infants or toddlers from squeezing through. Make sure there are no objects near the stair gates or railings that would allow an adventurous toddler to climb over. Furniture can also cause injuries to children. Children may run into a corner or the edge of a piece of furniture, or may become trapped under a piece of furniture that is tipped over. Cover sharp edges with foam guards or pads. It also helps to point out to the children that as they get taller, they need to look out for these things. Make sure tall furniture that may look like an attractive thing for a young child to climb on is secured to the wall, keeping it from tipping. For windows, make sure all windows are secure or have guards on them. And when windows are open, make sure children do not have direct access to the window. Most window screens are not rated to bear the weight of even young toddlers leaning or banging against them. Outside, kids being hit by cars is the third leading cause of death in children. To prevent this, it is important to remember that young kids are short enough that often they are not visible over objects that taller kids and adults can see over. You may see the car over the parked cars at the curb. The car may see you behind those cars, but does the driver of the car see your small child standing on the other side of those parked cars? If not, your child could dart out from in between a line of parked cars, and drivers are unlikely to see them until it is too late. Around any kind of moving vehicle, have a hand on your child. If you're driving or getting ready to drive, make sure you have cleared the area around your car. Often, kids playing in a driveway or on a driveway or a sidewalk are too short to be seen in the mirrors or over the hood. It also helps to educate your child about the dangers of cars. Even small children are capable of grasping the concept of danger, and they will feel empowered if you include them on the steps to help keep them safe. The best way to prevent injuries while riding in a vehicle is to make sure that all occupants are wearing the appropriate restraint device for their age and size. For infants and children under 2 years old, that means they should be properly secured into a rear-facing car seat in the back seat. Children 2 to 5 years old should still be in a car seat, but it can be a forward-facing car seat, and in the back seat is still the best location. Once children outgrow their forward-facing seat, they should be buckled into a booster seat until a seatbelt fits them properly. A proper seatbelt fit usually occurs when children are just over 4.5 feet tall, somewhere between age 9 and 12. Seatbelts fit properly when the lap belt lays across the upper thighs, not the stomach, and the shoulder belt lays across the chest, not the neck. We want you and your family to stay safe. Following these tips can help keep you and your children safe. For more information, go to kcmo.gov/fire.
Smoke detectors save lives.
Los detectores de humo salvan vidas.
Fire alarm هيوتن سيفيرجال.
إن كاشف الدخان ينقذ الحياة.
Smoke alarm سوی سیبیت.
هشدارهای دود جان انسانها را نجات می‌دهد.
Detectores de fumaça salvam vidas.
Ng smoke alarms makatuwas ug kinabuhi.
Fire alarm mi ప్రాణాలను కాపాడుతుంది.
Smoke detectors save lives. If you need a smoke detector, call 816-513-4648 or go to kcmo.gov/fire.
The Go KC program has accomplished a lot in the last 5 years. In 2017, voters approved $800 million over 20 years to fund infrastructure improvements throughout the city, including streets, sidewalks, flood control, and more. Since then, Go KC bonds have made several improvements for the city's parks, museums, and landmark fountains. The Kansas City Museum underwent full restoration and renovation of all floors of the Corinthian Hall thanks to Go KC bonds. Go KC bonds were also used to reconstruct Maple Woods Parkway from Northeast 96th Street to Shoal Creek Parkway. This included new roundabouts, a grass median, new bike lanes, and a storm system. GoKC bonds made it possible for Kansas City to receive a new Kansas City campus for animal care, the Kansas City Pet Project constructed in Swope Park, and the renovation and new ADA-compliant landscaping for the Spirit of Freedom Fountain was a product of GoKC bonds. These are only a few of the improvements made possible with the GoKC bonds, and more improvements are on the way. The Gold Bond KC program has accomplished a lot in the last 5 years. Since voters approved the bond in 2017, Kansas City has completed 265 new and refurbished sidewalks in all 6 council districts. And more improvements are on the way.
I've never ridden an electric bike, so today will be an adventure.
So last summer we built around 11 miles of protected bike lanes, and then this summer to get to 30 we built another 19. So this summer was a heavier lift than last year, but we were getting the hang of things last year, and so really kicked it into gear this summer and fall, and now we're at 30 miles of protected bike lanes in 2 years, which is quite the exciting feat, and we hope to keep going.
I'm used to driving riding in the street, but that's not comfortable for everybody. And so to have 30 miles of bike lanes makes biking more comfortable for a lot more people, and it improves the ability of people to actually use bicycles and other forms of transportation for commuting as opposed to just recreational riding. You know, you have to try it. Give it a shot. I think if you use them a lot, you will become a fan.
Welcome to business session. Our first item is approval of minutes for business session of July 18th. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second. Been moved and seconded. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Our topic for today is Introduction of Economic Development Consultants, Planning Sessions, and Process to Review. Has my name on the agenda, but really the queen of this wonderful idea and the work and the spearhead is Councilwoman Andrea Boo of the 6th District at Large. Councilwoman Boo.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am very excited to kick this off today. Our consultants are joining virtually, but as you all know, they will be here next week to meet with us individually. Today, they're going to take an opportunity to do a brief introduction, kind of an overview of where we're going with this. But next week, we'll have an opportunity to get into detail about your thoughts, your desires, your ideas about what economic development means in Kansas City and where we want to go with this review of our existing policies and a new plan. Also, in the audience today, of course, is Tracy Lewis from the EDC. And I also want to suggest that for those new members who may not have a detailed understanding of all of our economic development tools, he and others of us stand ready to provide you with some additional information. I know there will be a discussion about economic development in general, an overview today, and we'll get into that more in detail as we go along. I just want to thank you all for your cooperation in this. Today is kind of our opportunity. I'd hope to get us all together in a strategic planning session, but this is kind of that opportunity, and next week we will be in smaller groups. And I think it will give us an opportunity to have a more robust discussion. So with that, I will turn it over to Matt Patton with Angelou Economics. And he has a presentation, but also wants to provide an opportunity for dialogue and interaction. We won't get into the weeds, I guess I will say, of where we want to go with this, but just kind of to provide an opportunity to get to know them. So with that, I will turn it over to Matt.
Thank you, Councilwoman Boo. It's a pleasure to meet with all of you virtually, and I look forward to meeting with you individually next week. As Councilwoman mentioned, I've prepared some remarks about what we intend to do and describe and discuss economic development. I am Matt Patton with Angelou Economics. I'm the president, and on our trip forthcoming, we will be joined by our CEO, our founder, Angelos Angelou, and our director of research, Marshall McDaniel. So for those of you who are new to Angelou Economics, I'm not going to take any of that personally. We have been around for 28 years, and we have done projects in 43 states and 12 countries. Some of you may or may not be aware of our work in Dallas, Texas, where we did a complete revamp of their economic development strategy, incentive policy, and going from district to district to make sure that each district is achieving the goals that it needs to achieve to best serve its people. Now, just because we've done work in 43 states, 12 countries, 1,000 projects, whatever it may be, that does not make us experts in Kansas City. And that is why we need to meet with each of you to better understand what's going on in Kansas City and each one of your council districts. Our team, we're well versed in many things, but again, not Kansas City, right? I've been there as a tourist, and I've enjoyed watching you beat the Ravens when my Browns can't make it that far, so I appreciate that. But now it's time to learn more about Kansas City as a functional city, its economic development trajectory, and what each city council member wants to achieve in their district, in the short term and in the long term. So a little bit more background about Angelou. Prior to founding Angelou Economics, he was the chief economist for the city of Austin and helped bring in more than 800 companies to the city, including IBM, Apple, Samsung. It's a very impressive list, and we're proud of the job creation record that he has. But I also like to mention that he created all the traffic problems in Austin. So with economic development, there's always a need to appreciate the infrastructure around it and how do we manage growth. Myself, I was formerly faculty at the University of Nebraska, but have since switched to consultant work. And my background's in geography and GIS, so thinking about supply chains and how do we orchestrate those supply chains functionally across a city. And our director of research, Marshall McDaniel, more of the finance side of things, really gets to do those deep dives on statistics and analyses to make sure that the data makes sense and is actionable for each community. Because data is fine, but without that qualitative piece, without understanding what's actually going on the ground in Kansas City, data is just that, and it's only part of the story. So as we begin this discussion about what is economic development, we have begun to think about this broad, kind of nebulous thing, economic development, in three phases. And that first phase of economic development, if we think like post-World War II type of late 40s, early 50s, economic development 1.0, it was really just company attraction. You get the big Ford plant, the big GE plant, you get that company there, everything else will take care of itself. If you take care of the businesses, then the people will come, the jobs will come, and everyone's happy. This works for a period, and then we kind of graduate into economic development 2.0, which is more of an emphasis on job and placemaking, making sure that a city is attracting talent. There's some quality of place. There's some focus on business expansion, but limited downtown development. This is more of that suburban sprawl era, and we're looking at, well, how do we make neighborhoods a little bit more interesting in terms of attracting talent. The newest phase where we're in today, and where a lot of economic developers around the country are thinking about things, is this 3.0. And this is where we're starting to build resilient and complete communities, where we're recruiting diverse companies up and down a supply chain. We're building a vibrant workforce that matches the current needs of industry, but also trying to plan for the future. And we're also involved in destination development and catalyzing innovation and really putting an emphasis on strengthening small businesses. And not only do I think about this in the context of Kansas City being an innovative and resilient community, where everyone's kind of benefiting from the clustering of services and amenities, and it's a place you want to be, to live, to work. I also think about this in terms of forward thinking. And forward thinking, what are we doing with the jobs of tomorrow? And I think about this in the context of my daughter, who's about to turn 6, and the reality that her job, her first job, might not exist yet, just based on the evolution of technologies and different types of career trajectories. We need to be able to plan for those complete unknowns. Now, short of having a crystal ball, we can plan through that by continuously talking with our business leaders, working with our educational leaders to make sure that our K-12, our K-16, our K-20 education systems are aligned and working with our businesses to try to be as best prepared for those unknowns of the future. I say all of that because that is part of our process with Kansas City. And what we have already begun to do is some of that education. In a passive sense, we've begun to review some of the documentation online and some of the items provided by Councilwoman Boo's staff. And part of this phase 1 also will include those interviews, meeting with y'all next week, and really getting a better understanding of Kansas City from the perspective of residents of Kansas City. That will lead into the second part of our process, which is a little bit more refined stakeholder engagement, meeting with specific groups, whether that's development services, infrastructure, business leaders, faith leaders, whoever it may be, trying to get as best of an understanding of the different groups that make Kansas City work. From there, our third phase is kind of that classic SWOT analysis, our strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. And those begin to inform our strategic recommendations. So in effect, what we do is we take a lot of qualitative data in the form of interviews, focus groups, some survey instruments, and then also analyze traditional quantitative data, location quotients, and what we think are growth trajectories based on BLS data, whatever it may be, to come together to put forth strategic recommendations that make sense for the city of Kansas City, Missouri. We can do a completely data-driven thing, and it might not be a cultural fit. And that's not what we intend to do. We intend to learn from you, to understand what are the needs and the hopes, dreams, goals for Kansas City. We could stop there, but we don't. Our last step is often the most critical step, in which we put together an implementation strategy and an implementation matrix. So if we're putting together short-term or midterm or long-term goals, who's responsible for overseeing that implementation? And then what does success or progress look within each one of those strategic recommendations in the short or the long term? So as I've alluded to, next week there will be breakout sessions, and we really want to learn about each district. As I mentioned, we have experience around the country, many different cities, large and small, but you have that acute experience as representatives of Kansas City. So we're here to learn from you so we can turn data into policy outcomes. Now, as a recovering academic lecturer, I definitely don't want these meetings to feel like a classroom lecture. I want them to be informal and conversational. I don't pretend to know everything, and you have that information, that on-the-ground in situ knowledge of Kansas City that we really want to get a better understanding of. And just so you are a little bit prepared for the types of questions that may or may come up, we typically look at what's the current state of the community? What are the aspirations for the community, for your district, for the future? Short of changing the color of the sky, what would you love to see? What would be the best outcome for Kansas City? And this leads us into some of our big pictures, big concepts, where we envision developing a locally informed and locally driven economic development policy, and one that is based in sound research. And we've seen successes in other cities, whether that's Savannah, Georgia, or Dallas, Texas, or little mining towns in Wyoming. Okay, they worked there. How does this play in Kansas City? We might be looking at the evaluations of geographical-based incentives. What are the evaluations of growth from district to district? What does that look like? What does success look like in one district versus another? And one thing that typically comes up from community to community is the concept or the question of equitable economic development. And that's really the purpose of this, because equitable can mean many different things to many different people. So what does equity, what does equitable mean from district to district, from representative to representative, from person to person? And the last part of this is to have a review of consistency from one city department and agency to another. What does that communication structure look like? And basically, how does business get done? So from a deliverables and timeline perspective, the first part is this economic landscape, and we aim to have that completed a month from that kickoff period. So right about now, 1 month from now, we should have a pretty good understanding of the economic landscape. 2 months from now, we should have a firm grasp of stakeholder engagement, the thoughts, concerns, and viewpoints from the various stakeholders. 3.5 months from now, we're looking at a codified interpretation of economic development for Kansas City. So this is going to involve a review on your end, rather than just being a passive recipient of recommendations that we make. This needs to be a transparent process, and one where you are providing input and feedback along the way. After we get that feedback, that give and take, from that comes our action plan and implementation matrix, and that's 4 months down the road. And then 5 months from now, we have a draft policy to enact economic development policy, where it's something that the members on this call today can feel confident in, and something that is actionable and can help guide economic development in Kansas City moving forward. As part of this, we've already begun to review certain documents, literature review, the Spirit Playbook, the EDC 24 updates, the Citywide Business Plan Launch KC. And each one of these, through our team, we've identified the objectives, the purposes, the key findings, And how does this play with business attraction and workforce development recommendations? The next set of slides here kind of addresses some of the big ideas that exist in Kansas City. And I don't need to get into the nitty-gritty of all of this, but we have begun to do our demographic and economic data analyses looking at demographic factors and some of the things that typically mean something when we look at lifestyle, income, quality of life, and fostering those neighborhoods that work for everyone. The same goes for creating a physically beautiful city. What's the tourist interest? Taking a look at air traffic, the growth of the airport, the number of parks. What are the opportunities, the access to those types of things? And then looking at land as a limited resource, another thing that a lot of communities are addressing, but what are the number of builds ongoing? What types of builds? The multifamily projects? Are we talking about infill development? And doing so in a sustainable manner. And also maximizing connections and mobility options, looking at the inflow-outflow job counts for workers who's living and working in Kansas City, who's working in Kansas City but living elsewhere, or living in Kansas City and matriculating elsewhere for work. So looking at those transportation and mobility options and a quick look at what's going on at MDOT, there are a lot of active projects, as I'm sure you're aware, and many in the pipeline. So just kind of that initial look is to say these big ideas are already being addressed, and Kansas City is pursuing these big ideas, and I see it as our role as the consultant not to change these in any way, but how do we really present some data-driven solutions or things to add on here that help achieve those big ideas and work for each council district. And then this last part, this creating a future-proofed city. Again, this is where it comes back for me, education, and our businesses, our government officials, our university and K-12 officials and leadership, folks talking with one another. Is there alignment there? And really simply, how do we demonstrate to someone in kindergarten right now they've got a future in Kansas City and they never really need to leave Kansas City to achieve their dreams? This is something that Kansas City always benefited from when I was in Nebraska, but we would put a kid through K-12, they'd go to the University of Nebraska, and they say, well, what's next? Well, I got a job in Kansas City. Well, that's great for y'all, and I want to keep it that way for Kansas City. So the kid graduates from a high school in Kansas City, and they know they've got a career in Kansas City. We don't want them leaving, going somewhere else. How do we keep them in Kansas City? So that's kind of the first glimpse of what we look to achieve with y'all. And I look forward to meeting with all of you individually and learning as much as I can about each district within Kansas City. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Rea.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate you all partnering with us to do this important work. It goes without saying, but there's a lot of excitement around this, and I think we are long overdue for this kind of work and planning. I have a couple of questions for you, general questions, and we'll probably unpack these more in our smaller conversations. I'm interested to hear the extent to which this process will give us insight and tools into development in underserved communities. I represent the 4th District, which includes downtown, but it also includes some of our most the approaches and strategies we would take in one of those kinds of communities versus the other would be very different. And so can you give some insight into that and maybe do so in the context of previous work you've done in other communities to address economic development in underserved neighborhoods?
This is a great question, Councilmember, and thank you. Yes, our previous work in Dallas, it was meeting with each of the elected officials in each of those communities to understand what are the current needs and starting from that place. I never want to come from a place of being prescriptive without understanding what's going on in a particular place. We have strategies that have worked in different communities, whether that's Dallas or most recently we were just in Beaumont, Texas, addressing the same things. A city that has been divided for a long time by some structural barriers. We often think about transportation networks as connectors, but if you don't have a vehicle, that's a barrier. So looking at some of those challenges, how can we increase connectivity, whether that's bikes or simplifying roadways, or what's the mass transit system look like? But I'm not going to be prescriptive right now until I have a better understanding. What's going on in your district in the 4th? What are the needs? What are the challenges there? And then what are the goals moving forward? Love to chat more with you about that and more of your constituents.
Yeah, thank you. Can you describe the extent to which this process will require us to look internally? I think a very important piece of the economic development landscape is our own bureaucratic process around permits and licenses and everything that happens within the structure of City Hall. We currently have an audit being conducted of our permitting process, and I've always thought that we can informally incentivize developing and doing business in Kansas City if our process is quicker and has more certainty. So can you talk about that a little bit?
Absolutely. And again, this is a unique issue in Kansas City. It's a lot from many different communities across the country. Is how do we streamline that permitting process? I mean, obviously we need to pay attention to all of the laws, regulations in place, but how do we make sure that if we're talking about a company or a developer, that they have a liaison or someone who's going to be with them throughout the entire process, so they don't feel that they're getting kicked around from department to department, that they've got a dedicated person that is with them that understands, well, you need to get this form over to this department, those types of things. We've worked really hard with small communities where staff was very limited to make sure that that is being improved upon, and with bigger cities as well. And back to the first part of your question, sir, we want to be very respectful of your time. So we wish to have some intensive meetings with you, but we don't want to be taking up all of your time, especially as it is a limited resource. So extracting as much information as we can from you. We've observed working with different aspects of economic development and where some of the roadblocks or slowdowns occur, and then we can draw upon our bank of examples or recommendations that have worked in other communities and see if they would be good fits for you.
Thank you. And I want to thank Councilwoman Boo for getting us to this point. This is exciting.
Thank you. And can I add just something briefly? When we talk about, how we are looking to address the needs of our underrepresented communities, I think one of the keys to this is as we identify the stakeholder groups. One thing that Matt has challenged us to do is, as we develop those lists, to kind of think outside of the normal list of people who we would invite to the table. And we are starting to work on that list of stakeholders. And we will be coming to you all to provide us with some examples. We're gonna work on the first list, and we'll present it to you and say, who are we missing? Who is not at the table that should be at the table, and who's not at the table, who hasn't been at the table, who needs to be at the table. And those stakeholder meetings will be very similar to what they're doing with us, I believe, and Matt can correct me if I'm wrong. They will not necessarily be him going out to the full Chamber of Commerce and meeting with them, but will be more smaller groups, representatives that may even represent a cross-section of different community organizations, so that he can have one-on-one conversations and delve into the issues and get some feedback. So I think that's one way that we can ensure that we are touching people that may not have had an opportunity to participate in this process in the past. So that will be something that we will come back to you. We collectively will come back to you with asking for additional information.
Councilwoman Robinson. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Also want to thank our headmaster Councilwoman Boo.
Matt, I'll have to explain to you later.
Yes. Oh, we all have to know. But no, thank you so much for bringing this forward, because it is important for us to have a comprehensive plan as a one body so that we can move in formation. I appreciate the components that you have brought, because I think oftentimes things about, transportation mobility, how far people are traveling to work, how are we going to employ the now and next generation, are oftentimes that aren't thought of when we're developing these types of plans. So I appreciate that. I do want to offer, and I hope that there is some room as we're framing this out, is to really be clear about equity, because while yes, it is true that equity might mean something different from each of our districts, but I think as a council, we need to be really clear about how we're being intentional about closing the wealth gap for people, most vulnerable people. And I don't think that, I would wish that our framing document is more explicit about that, and that we're also, when we're looking at our literature reviews that you're doing, that you're also looking at some documents that will help to guide that discussion. I don't know if that's something that the body needs to or to take up so that we can have a clear working definition of what equity looks like. I'm happy to support, and I look forward to our future conversations, but we really need to be serious about creating parity, economic parity in the city. And if we're not explicit and intentional and it's not showing up, that's what we're going to do from the very beginning. I just want to offer that very early, that we're trying to create that economic mobility for all of our residents.
And I'll jump in again. Sorry, Matt. I think one of the things that we have talked about is one, kind of having a vision of almost a vision statement of what economic development means. And we've talked a lot about equitable economic development, but we haven't said what equitable economic development is, because I think this body needs to make that determination. And but also I think the goal here is to build that vision, create, let's say, 5 pillars of what economic development is, start drilling down, but then maybe in that 5 months, what the deliverables will be, may not be the final word. It may be a framework of how we move forward, and there will be more work for us as a body to do to provide the details of whether it's a transportation plan for economic development or it's specifics on other areas. But hopefully when the 5 months are up, we will have an economic development policy that has a vision, a framework, some specifics, but we will continue as a body to delve into the details and define further what that is.
Yeah, and just one follow-up to the chair of our finance department, our finance committee. If you could, I'm pretty sure that you have thought about this, but if you could just articulate this for the body around including our taxing jurisdictions in this conversation and what their expectations are of us as we move through this process.
Absolutely. I've already talked with some of them about this process, just that it's coming and that they will be at the table.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Duncan.
Matt, thank you for the presentation. Councilwoman Boo, thank you for spearheading this exciting initiative. One of the things to touch upon what Councilwoman Robinson mentioned on when we were talking about equity, in a literature review, I did not see mentioned our CHIP, which is our Community Health Improvement Plan, which talks about equity. The other thing that I think when we talk about equity and what that looks like is also, I just came from Nashville, and Nashville is growing very rapidly, and when you walk downtown, you would not know that 27% of the population is Black. And I want to make sure that as we continue to grow, that we are very intentional about preventing and mitigating displacement of our Black and brown communities, our poor and working class folks as well. And I hope that's part of this. And so I'm excited about this and what we're talking about. Economic development, I think we have to remember who the economic development is for. And that, you know, everyone, because I see we have demographics here about population, about race, about, you know, the economics of our people and the education levels of our people. And I can't help but notice that the number of households by disposable income, that we have a lot of people making less than $15,000 a year. And so when we think about which groups we want to include and be part of this process and have a seat at the table, I hope all tides lift all boats as long as we're focused on that group. But if we're only focused on the higher end of the spectrum, the rising tides will drown our people. So thank you, and I look forward to continuing the discussion.
Councilman Willis.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm Matt. Thank you for zooming in today. I do have a question about all other previous cities or municipalities you've worked with. Have any of them defined equitable economic development before?
So in the last 5 years where we have been doing this, there have been conversations centered around that, but we've not gone through the formal process of defining equitable. This was really present for Beaumont, given its history of unequal development and physical barriers to development for certain neighborhoods. And looking at that is how do we break down some of those barriers, but we did not discuss that or articulate that in a formal way in final documentation. And that's something that I look forward to working with all of you to accomplish.
Other questions or comments? All right. We look forward to getting to know you better, Mr. Patton.
Likewise.
All right. Thank you so much. Discussion of ordinances, resolutions, or other items too late to be presented on today's docket. I believe I will have a floor. And let me just make sure we know what this relates to. West Bottom's redevelopment. I believe there was another set. This was something that was late in the set of getting included. Any other items? This is just for floor introduction. Oh, I thought he was raising his hand. All right. Seeing none, we'll, I believe there's potential discussion of closed session today. We'll entertain a motion on that.
Mr. Mayor, I move we go into closed session to discuss legal matters, litigation, or privileged communications with attorneys pursuant to section 610.021.1 and to discuss matters related to negotiated contracts pursuant to 610.021 subsection 12 of the revised statutes of Missouri.
Second. So moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll on the motion.
O'Neill.
Aye.
Willett.
Aye.
French.
Aye.
Rogers.
Aye.
Patterson Hasley.
Aye.
Robinson.
Aye.
Freya.
Aye.
Bunch.
Aye.
Curls.
Aye.
Park Shaw.
Aye.
Duncan.
Aye.
Aye.
Lucas.
Aye.
12 members present.
The motion passes. I would note probably, since we update our roll call for our regular votes,
Yes, sir.
probably on the motion, we should update our roll call too, so that it would have ended with,
Okay,
Will.
start with-
Although, yeah.
Start with- yes, sir.
Although pretty soon the whole thing's changing. So, all right, we'll be in closed session.
"20 years ago, our district didn't look like this. Downtown was quiet and dark at night. Nobody stuck around past 5 p.m. 20 years ago, this city was getting ready for a rebirth. And 20 years ago, the ambassadors took to the streets. 50 men and women, the bumblebees, working 365 days per year, took to the downtown streets. They had a clear and simple mission: to clean, to keep people safe, and to make the city attractive. And the results 145 city blocks revitalized, 41,600 hours of work, 260,000 bags of trash collected, 28,000 graffiti tags erased, 1.5 million meals served to those in need, 156,000 citizens assisted, and they're just getting started. Today, our district is thriving, and in the midst of a $9.8 billion renaissance, the population downtown has increased 147% since our ambassadors hit the streets, making it the fastest growing neighborhood in the region. Our district is now the premier location in the city for entertainment, epic celebrations, world-class dining, and boutique shopping experiences. The ambassadors helped lay the groundwork for this transformation. Relentlessly invest in making our streets clean and safe, laying the groundwork for who we are today. And we are just getting started.
Fires can spread quickly and erratically, and where they will go in your house is unpredictable. In fire emergencies, every second counts, so you and your family need to be prepared. Plan, practice, prepare. Plan. Having a family escape plan is the best way to prepare your family in case of a fire. It only takes minutes for a house to fill with smoke and become completely engulfed in flames. Escape plans help families evacuate the home quickly and safely through routes that they have previously discussed and practiced. Your plan should include multiple ways to escape each room, designate a meeting place outside, include all members of your house, including anyone with a disability and your pets. Draw a map of each level of your home and show all doors and windows. Find 2 ways to get out of each room. Make sure all doors and windows that lead outside open easily. Be sure to have multiple ways to escape. Because fires are unpredictable, having only one escape route could limit your family and leave them trapped. Practice. Practice your plan. It is important for families to practice fire escape plans a few times a year during the day and at night. Practicing fire escape routes ensures that everyone can safely exit the home on their own in case of a fire. Overnight guests should always be aware of your fire escape plan. If a fire occurs, it is important that your family understand that they need to get out fast and safely. Instruct family members to take the safest exit route and remind them that if they must escape through smoke, they should crawl low under the smoke and keep their mouths covered. The smoke contains toxic gases, which can cause you to get disoriented. Prepare. Have working smoke alarms on every level of your home and in bedrooms. Close bedroom doors. Closing bedroom doors before going to sleep can be the difference between life and death. In the event of a fire, closed bedroom doors keep out smoke and poisonous gases like carbon monoxide and keep temperatures much lower than in rooms with open doors. That gives occupants more time to survive and get out. Also, remind family members that they should never open doors that are hot to the touch. If you feel the doorknob or door and it is hot, leave the door closed and use a secondary escape route. If the door feels cool, open it slowly and be ready to shut it quickly if heavy smoke or fire is present. If all of your escape routes are blocked and you become trapped, close the doors and cover vents and cracks around the doors to keep the smoke out and call 911 immediately. Stay where you are and signal for help at the window with a light-colored cloth or flashlight. Remind family members that once they're out, it is important to stay out. You should never go back into a burning building for any reason. If someone is trapped in the home, allow firefighters who are equipped to enter the home to rescue them. KCFD wants you and your family to stay safe and healthy. Plan, practice, prepare your escape plan today.
Hi, I'm Tyler Haney, firefighter EMT with the Kansas City, Missouri Fire Department. Each year, we treat hundreds of children related to accidents that occurred in the home. Many of the most common accidents and injuries can be prevented. Inside the house, falls downstairs or out of windows, injuries from overturned furniture or burns in the kitchen are some of the most common injuries. Outside the house, kids being hit by cars, injuries from not being properly restrained in a car seat, or injuries with a seatbelt are the most common injuries. Young children should be supervised at all times, but you can make your job easier and increase their safety by following these tips. Inside your house, stairs should be secured with baby gates, or if there is a door, be sure the lock is out of reach. Railing spindles should be no wider than 4 inches to prevent infants or toddlers from squeezing through. Make sure there are no objects near the stair gates or railings that would allow an adventurous toddler to climb over. Furniture can also cause injuries to children. Children may run into a corner or the edge of a piece of furniture, or may become trapped under a piece of furniture that is tipped over. Cover sharp edges with foam guards or pads. It also helps to point out to the children that as they get taller, they need to look out for these things. Make sure tall furniture that may look like an attractive thing for a young child to climb on is secured to the wall, keeping it from tipping. For windows, make sure all windows are secure or have guards on them. And when windows are open, make sure children do not have direct access to the window. Most window screens are not rated to bear the weight of even young toddlers leaning or banging against them. Outside, kids being hit by cars is the third leading cause of death in children. To prevent this, it is important to remember that young kids are short enough that often they are not visible over objects that taller kids and adults can see over. You may see the car over the parked cars at the curb. The car may see you behind those cars, but does the driver of the car see your small child standing on the other side of those parked cars? If not, your child could dart out from in between a line of parked cars, and drivers are unlikely to see them until it is too late. Around any kind of moving vehicle, have a hand on your child. If you're driving or getting ready to drive, make sure you have cleared the area around your car. Often, kids playing in a driveway or on a driveway or sidewalk are too short to be seen in the mirrors or over the hood. It also helps to educate your child about the dangers of cars. Even small children are capable of grasping the concept of danger, and they will feel empowered if you include them on the steps to help keep them safe. The best way to prevent injuries while riding in a vehicle is to make sure that all occupants are wearing the appropriate restraint device for their age and size. For infants and children under 2 years old, that means they should be properly secured into a rear-facing car seat in the back seat. Children 2 to 5 years old should still be in a car seat, but it can be a forward-facing car seat, and in the back seat is still the best location. Once children outgrow their forward-facing seat, they should be buckled into a booster seat until a seatbelt fits them properly. A proper seatbelt fit usually occurs when children are just over 4.5 feet tall, somewhere between age 9 and 12. Seatbelts fit properly when the lap belt lays across the upper thighs, not the stomach, and the shoulder belt lays across the chest, not the neck. We want you and your family to stay safe. Following these tips can help keep you and your children safe. For more information, go to kcmo.gov/fire.
Smoke detectors save lives.
Los detectores de humo salvan vidas.
Fire alarm هيوتن سيفيرغال.
إن كاشف الدخان ينقذ الحياة.
Smoke alarm سوی سیبیت.
هشدارهای دود جان انسانها را نجات می‌دهد.
Detectores de fumaça salvam vidas.
Ng smoke alarms, magkatuwas ug kinabuhi.
ఫైర్ అలారంలు మీ ప్రాణాలను కాపాడుతుంది.
Smoke detectors save lives. If you need a smoke detector, call 816-513-4648 or go to kcmo.gov/fire.
The Go KC program has accomplished a lot in the last 5 years. In 2017, voters approved $800 million over 20 years to fund infrastructure improvements throughout the city. including streets, sidewalks, flood control, and more. Since then, GoKC bonds have made several improvements for the city's parks, museums, and landmark fountains. The Kansas City Museum underwent full restoration and renovation of all floors of the Corinthian Hall thanks to GoKC bonds. GoKC bonds were also used to reconstruct Maplewoods Parkway from Northeast 96th Street to Shoal Creek Parkway. This included new roundabouts, a grass median, new bike lanes, and a storm system. GoKC bonds made it possible for Kansas City to receive a new Kansas City campus for animal care, the Kansas City Pet Project constructed in Swope Park, and the renovation and new ADA-compliant landscaping for the Spirit of Freedom Fountain was a product of GoKC bonds. These are only a few of the improvements made possible with the GoKC bonds, and more improvements are on the way. The Gold Bond KC program has accomplished a lot in the last 5 years. Since voters approved the bond in 2017, Kansas City has completed 265 new and refurbished sidewalks in all 6 council districts. And more improvements are on the way.
I've never ridden an electric bike, so today will be an adventure.
So last summer we built around 11 miles of protected bike lanes, and then this summer to get to 30 we built another 19. So this summer was a heavier lift than last year, but we were getting the hang of things last year, and so really kicked it into gear this summer and fall, and now we're at 30 miles of protected bike lanes in 2 years, which is quite the exciting feat, and we hope to keep going.
I'm used to driving right in the street, but that's not comfortable for everybody. And so to have 30 miles of bike lanes makes biking more comfortable for a lot more people, and it improves the ability of people to actually use bicycles and other forms of transportation for commuting as opposed to just recreational riding. You know, you have to try it. Give it a shot. I think if you use them a lot, you will become a fan.
My name is Dion Lewis, and I'm the Division Manager for CCED, also known as Central City Economic Development. CCED was created to bring economic development to historically underserved areas in Kansas City impacted most by the redlining. In 2017, voters approved a 1/8 sales tax. This specialized sales tax district generates about $10 million annually. The CCED sales tax district is also located in the east side of Kansas City, and its boundaries are defined by the north side of 9th Street, the south by Gregory Boulevard, the east at Indiana, and the west by Procedural Boulevard. Since the program started, $53 million of CCED funds have been awarded to 39 projects. These projects range from developing or renovating commercial spaces to the creation and preservation of affordable housing for the people in the Central City Economic Development area. There's projects such as KD Learning Academy, which is alive and thriving to help solidify childcare for all age groups. the GIFT project, which is housed at the Blue Hills Community Center, that is helping a number of entrepreneurial groups from MWBE businesses. Affordable Housing 19 Vine, which is scheduled to do a grand opening here pretty soon. Jazz Hill, which is a substantial project in itself because of the historic component of it, has 11 buildings, developing 197 affordable units. The Linwood Shopping Center. Linwood Shopping Center goes back decades, and just to be able to preserve that as one of the only shopping centers on the east side of Truce. Some other projects that we're excited about and are in progress include Lad School, which includes the creation of 51 housing units, providing the opportunity for generational wealth. Jazz District 3, which includes the construction of a mixed-use building and the creation of 48 affordable housing units. And 2000 Vine, which is creating offices, event space, and an art gallery. It's very, very important for the community to continue to support it and back it. So that way, we get what's needed on the east side of Truce and even further beyond, because again, this is just the beginning.
"2023 was a defining chapter in Kansas City's history. We celebrated our identity and embraced the changes that came with it, marking a testament to our resilience, capacity for growth, and unwavering spirit. Our journey began with the unveiling of our new city flag, representing Kansas City's welcoming spirit for all, alongside a citywide rebranding, which brought back the iconic fountain logo with a modern redesign. The spirit of Kansas City was further elevated as the Chiefs clinched the Super Bowl, a win that brought our community together for a victory parade, and the excitement continued as we hosted the NFL Draft, bringing Kansas City into the homes of 54 million people. In a ceremony that symbolized both continuity and change, we witnessed the inauguration of a new city council and the start of the mayor's second term. This fresh assembly of leaders represent new ideas, diverse perspectives, and a renewed energy. The new $1.5 billion terminal at Kansas City International Airport opened on time and on budget. The KC Streetcar Main Street extension made impressive progress, with 66% of the project complete. We introduced Iris On-Demand Transit, a flexible and efficient travel option for residents. And in collaboration with the United States Department of Transportation and Build Back America, we initiated $15 billion in funding for transformative infrastructure projects throughout Kansas City. All developments, both current and future, reflect our unwavering commitment to modern, sustainable infrastructure. More than $32 million was invested to create and preserve nearly 1,400 affordable housing units through our Central City Economic Development Program and Housing Trust Fund, a critical step in ensuring that Kansas City remains an accessible city for all. We replaced 29 miles of water mains, ensuring safe and reliable water access, and nearly 500 miles of roads were resurfaced, improving daily commutes and reducing potholes. And with $45 million from general obligation bonds, the convention center saw the start of enhancements to its facilities. We kicked off development on one of the largest solar arrays in the nation, which will power up to 70,000 homes when complete. We distributed nearly 1,500 free trees to residents and planted 1,500 ourselves, working towards our goal of 10,000 trees in 3 years. 160,000 households received free recycling carts. We introduced a composting program, and 41,000 streetlights were transitioned to LEDs, reducing annual CO2 emissions equivalent to removing 6,000 cars from the road. We committed $30 million towards violence prevention. We successfully implemented Vision Zero projects, such as curb extensions and pedestrian islands throughout the city, enhancing the safety of our streets. Our urban landscape saw a transformative change with the opening of 19 Vine, as well as 3 Light, and the Small Business Task Force was established to build an inclusive ecosystem for all entrepreneurs. The Sabella Aquarium opened at the Kansas City Zoo, bringing the marvels of ocean life closer to our community. In 2023, Kansas City stood out as a beacon of diversity and inclusivity, making significant strides in representing the rich tapestry of our community. We witnessed the most diverse leadership in the city's history, graduated the largest, most diverse class of firefighters, and for the 3rd consecutive year, we received a perfect score on the Human Rights Campaign's Municipal Equality Index. As we closed this chapter, we stood united, ready to build upon our achievements. Because together, we're not just shaping Kansas City, we're crafting a vibrant legacy for generations to come.
The Black Archives is really honored to be celebrating its 50th anniversary. It started out with our founder, Horace Peterson III. He wanted to preserve those stories of the building of Black Kansas City and of the Midwest. So we work really hard to try to keep his legacy going. This exhibit is With My Eyes No Longer Blind, which is taken from a Langston Hughes poem that says, I look at the world from awakening eyes and a black face, and this is what I see, this fenced-off narrow space assigned to me. I look then at these silly walls, their dark eyes, and a dark face, and this is what I know, that all these walls oppression builds will have to go. And that's what the archives does. We talk about tearing down those walls, those fences, those things that try to barricade people into small spaces. We know about redlining and how there were institutionalized methods of trying to contain Black people in certain spaces. So we talk about that. We also talk about how those walls were broken down. We see at the Street Hotel was the first restaurant to have white tablecloth service for Black patrons. So the walls are coming down. We see people making those pushes. And so we have to archive that somehow. We have to make that available to everybody. We are the only exhibit outside of Montgomery, Alabama, that's dedicated to victims of racial murder. And 60 people in Missouri from Reconstruction to 1965 that were killed in the state. We know there were many more. So we have some empty spaces also in that exhibit for those anonymous people. My receptionist and the security guards say that they see so many people come out of here crying because they were never taught the truth. And they have these skewed images of what Black life was like here. And then when they learn the truth, then that new insight then affects them. And it affects them profoundly. So we collect, we preserve, we share, and we educate the history of people of African descent in this area.
My name is The Royal Chief. I'm a hip hop artist from Kansas City. You know, we're naturally a jazz city. Like, I literally grew up a few blocks down from 18th and Vine from the Jazz District. So, you know, you got the legends, the Charlie Parkers and Count Basie and them, but like, even as it, you know, went into hip hop, you look at people like Tech Nine. For me, Ron was my guy. He was a big rapper in Kansas City in like the mid 2000s, and he was a big inspiration for me. You know, when you really get to the essence of music, it's feel, you know, it's what comes from your soul. And so I like to speak on those things so people just know, like, there's somebody out there who's going through what you went through, and here's how to get through it, or here's just somebody who can relate to you, and, you know, give you something that you like, okay, it's not just me. I just bring who we are. Like I said, we're a grind and go get it city. We're put our head down and come together. We homers, and so everything I do is just about bringing pride to this and giving the essence of us and what we do and what we bring to the world.
Hey Kansas City, stop by the Convention Center
Saturday, June 29th for the city's Laborer Job Fair.
Walk in with a smile and out with a job.
We offer robust health benefits, 11 paid holidays, pension plans, paid sick and vacation leave, public service loan forgiveness, and tuition reimbursement. Casey's Laborer Job Fair, 9 a.m. to 1 p.m., Saturday, June 29th at the Kansas City Convention Center. Pre-register now at kcmo.gov/jobs.
We'll see you there. The meeting will come to order. Our guest chaplain is Pastor Tim Allison of the Visiting Nurses Association Hospice Care. Would all who are able please stand for the invocation and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pastor.
As we gather here today, help us remember that leadership is to be a servant. Those who have elected these officials here today have placed a sacred trust in them. May these leaders have wisdom beyond their own, compassion beyond their own compassion, and may they always remember that as they make decisions today, there are people involved in those decisions. May you be with us in all that is said and done today. Amen.
Amen. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Pastor. Clerk will call the roll.
French.
Here.
Rogers.
Here.
Patterson Hasley.
Here.
Robinson.
Present.
Rhea.
Present.
Bunch. Curls.
Present.
Park Shaw.
Here.
Boo.
Here.
Duncan.
Here.
O'Neill.
Here.
Willett.
Present.
Lucas.
Present.
13 members.
I will go. I can't do that. Well, the city attorney, or now an assistant city attorney, telling me I wanted to make a statement as to ordinance 240599. Unfortunately, it's not on our items for committee advances, so you're on. Can we make at least some statement on it as to a hold request without a remedy on it, without the motion for advance before?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
How about I ask this to be safe? Mayor Pro Tem, can I get a motion for the items on the advanced debate docket today?
Honorable Mayor, I move that the clerk put the script up so I can read it. I move the charter requirement for reading of ordinances on 3 separate days be waived for the ordinances on today's docket listed as committee advances, and that these ordinances are advanced for final reading and consideration at this time. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll.
French.
Aye.
Rogers.
Aye.
Patterson Hasley.
Aye.
Robinson.
Aye.
Rhea.
Aye.
Bunch.
Aye.
Curls.
Aye.
Park Shaw.
Aye.
Boo.
Aye.
Aye.
O'Neill.
Aye.
Willett.
Aye.
Lucas.
Aye.
13 ayes.
Motion passes. I'll discuss item 240599, which came to us on a recommendation from the Neighborhood Planning and Development Committee. I've heard a request from the floor to hold the item for 1 week. It would then appear back before City Council in the following week. Is there an objection to the request for a hold? Hearing none, the item will be held for 1 week. We will not be discussing that item today. We'll go back to the front of the docket. Will the clerk proceed with the items for special action?
Yes, sir.
If you're wondering, that means we won't be discussing the item today. It would come back next week unless council were to make a separate determination. If you'd like to exit, we welcome you to do so quietly. If not, we'll continue with recognizing others before us. Will the clerk proceed with the special actions?
Yes, sir. 240579, recognizing Michael Grimaldi for his 50-plus years of service and dedication to Kansas City, Missouri, and the surrounding areas. Michael is present to receive the special action.
Hey, sir. Councilman O'Neill.
Well, I take great pride in being able to introduce this. Mr. Grimaldi is from a large family. I grew up down the street from him and his family. He was a little older than me, I think.
And I'll hold for 1 second. If you are planning to step out, just go ahead now if you'd like, just so we can recognize Mr. Grimaldi to his left, who's an old media guy. So.
You thought they were all here for you.
Wow.
There wasn't an objection to it. Yeah, we'll say this.
It's allowed to be a lot more time.
You're fine, you're fine. I'm gonna move out the way.
Just for
What? Oh, yeah, you're right. Why are we leaving? What are we doing today?
We're holding it for a week.
Well, you guys are our representatives.
Picked that up. We can't refer it to them.
All right, we will try our best.
It's a rule. You should never assume, right?
Yeah, exactly.
All right, for Mr. Grimaldi, we'll try our best to make sure we can listen to this presentation and discussion for someone who has given a lot to the people of Kansas City. Councilman O'Neill, continue.
So I think I said earlier, Mike and his family grew up down the street from us over on Rock Hill years ago. Michael's family has been a long time family in the city, they generational. And I wanted to read some of the things that Mike has brought to the table through his life as not only 30 years at Water, but was it 30, how many years at Water? Very long. Not very long. 50 plus years of service. Okay. Michael served as Strategic Initiatives Coordinator for Kansas City Water from 16 to 24, leading a team of communication professionals to highlight the services of the Kansas City Water Department and then reinforce their mission through specialized communications and public engagement. He had a life before the city, and that was he served as press secretary for Mayor Sly James from 15 to 16, supporting Mayor James in preparing public initiatives and contributing to the city's outreach and public engagement. He also served as a senior communications consultant at Trezzolo Communications from 2008 to 15, developing, implementing strategic communications plans. He also worked as Director of Issues Management at Corporate Communications Group, which was run by David Westbrook, who is a longtime great friend of most of us here. And he had significant involvement in the journalistic community of Kansas City, writing for the Kansas City Star from 79 to 89, and contributing to award-winning. And as those of us old writers that see that changes have been made, I'm sure you're horrified sometimes. So Michael also served as a military courier officer in the U.S. Navy Reserve from 1971 to 74, including active duty at Polaris Missile Facility, Atlantic, and numerous transatlantic crossings. So I just want to thank you, Mike, for all your dedication to all the jobs you've had over the years, but especially to the city for everything you've done for us for the last 8 years.
Thank you, Councilman O'Neill. Are there others who wish to speak to the resolution? I'll say for Mr. Grimaldi, it was always an honor seeing his handiwork, whether it was at the Water Department and the Office of Mayor James or throughout our community over the years. Most particularly, though, he is an old media hand who always has a smile. Not every former reporter has that, and he's somebody who understood the proper perspective of how to handle issues and balance in our community. We'll miss you at City Hall, and we thank you for all your years of service. If there are no others who wish to speak to the resolution is now before council. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The resolution is adopted. Mr. Grimaldi.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilman O'Neill, for this honor. He mentioned a large family, not as big as your family. But I had to scratch my head when I informed about your planned special action. But it wasn't the first time I've scratched my head when you've introduced ordinances. It probably won't be the last. But thank you sincerely. And thanks also to my wife, Carol, for her love and support during my service here in Kansas City. Carol, you may be aware, chaired the city's Wet Weather Community Panel from 2003 to 2008. That Carol's passion and leadership and that panel's work to promote what we now call smart sewer already has begun to improve the region's area waterways. This makes me especially grateful and proud to close my 50 professional communications career at KC Water, because no municipal activity is more important than stewardship of our water, wastewater, and stormwater. The Declaration of Independence that we celebrated earlier this month proclaims as self-evident that humans have an unalienable right to life. On this planet, there is no life without water. Water.org, an international nonprofit based here in Kansas City, estimates that access to water is a crisis threatening the health and livelihood of more than 1/3 of the world's population. But we have no such crisis in Kansas City. Our water source is the Missouri River, which is fed by a 525 square mile watershed that includes all or a part of 10 states and 2 Canadian provinces. Kansas City is truly blessed not only by that access, but also by the efficient and effective systems to collect, treat, and distribute drinking water in our community. About 800 dedicated Kansas Cityans work around the clock every day to bring fresh, clean, and delicious water to their neighbors and families and return that water safely to the river again. I consider it the highest privilege of my career to have been one of them. Thank you, council members and Councilman O'Neill, for your commitment to city ownership and governance of these essential utilities. And thank you again for this honor today.
Thanks, Mark. Thank you very much. Thanks for being here. Thank you very much. Thanks for being here. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Thank you very much.
It's good to see you too.
Thank you. Congratulations. Your mother called. Told me to vote for you. Thank you. Sir, thank you so much. Good crowd. Next action.
240617, honoring Alicia Phillips on her retirement after 30 years of dedicated service to the city of Kansas City, of which all 30 years have been in Public Works Department, serving the residents of the city of Kansas City, Missouri. Alicia's present to receive the special action.
I'm doing all right. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor. I am honored to stand here to recognize Ms. Alicia Phillips, who is unfortunately trying to leave the city after 30 years. But it is equally an honor for me to introduce you to and allow my summer intern, Jaira Ware, to present this special acknowledgement. Jaira was born and raised here in Kansas City. She was a graduate of University Academy, and is a sophomore at Washburn University, majoring in political science. So we may have a future council person or some elected mayor, elected official standing here, but I will now have Jaira Ware to read this. Go ahead.
Okay.
Hello. Today I am honoring Alicia Phillips on her retirement after 30 years of dedicated service to the city of Kansas City, of which all 30 years have been with Public Works Department, serving the residents of the city of Kansas City. Ms. Phillips started her career with the city of Kansas City in the Public Works Department in 1992. A summer hire doing construction inspection after working 3 summers while completing an associate's degree. Ms. Phillips moved from, after working 3 summers while completing an associate's degree, Alicia moved from temporary employee to a permanent employee in the fall of 1994, working first in survey section, then transitioning to permit inspection, and later to senior permit inspector, and then to inspection manager, and later managing permit issuance and inspection. Alicia also served a vital role in the resident snow removal program, being assigned a residential route every winter since the inception of residential snow program prior to moving into management role. And Ms. Phillips transitioned from being a field employee in August of 2021 when she began managing the permit issuance group of the 5th floor of City Hall. She has been called upon many times to issue road closure permits for the numerous events for City Hall that require the closure of Super Bowl parades, and a permit for the road closure associated with the NFL draft. And July 31st of 2024 marks the last day of her career with the City of Kansas City Public Works Department and the City of Kansas City. Thus, we must move on that the mayor and council hereby extend to Alicia Phillips, on the occasion of her retirement from Kansas City, Missouri Public Works Department, the heartiest best wishes for her future, together with appreciation for her 30 years of service to the Public Works Department, and the same years of service for the residents of Kansas City. And that this resolution be spread upon the minutes of the council and testimony thereof, that a copy hereby be presented to Ms. Alicia Phillips in token of the mayor and council's respect for high regards and their best wishes for a long and happy retirement, which she so richly deserves. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Phillips. Are there others who wish to speak to the resolution? Councilwoman Robinson.
Just quickly, I just want to say thank you to Ms. Phillips for all of your hard work and efforts, especially in one of our entertainment districts, 18th and Vine, just working diligently with the stakeholders there. You've been an amazing asset, and I am so sad but happy and need to know who your replacement is immediately. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Robinson. If there are no others wish to speak to the resolution is now before council. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The resolution is adopted. Ms. Phillips.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. Thank you, Councilwoman Shaw, Parkshaw, and Zaire. It has been an honor and a privilege to serve my city in the Public Works Permit section for the last 30 years. This all started after high school when I was living at home and my father brought home an application and told me to fill it out. 3 summers before becoming a permanent employee, I have seen a lot of changes throughout my tenure. When I started, we worked from paper permits and map books. There was no GPS. Now permits are all done online and inspectors do their inspections on tablets. We went from doing snow removal inspection to making sure contractors plowed their assigned routes and being the ones doing the plowing. I'm so grateful for every opportunity given to me throughout the years, but especially grateful for the opportunity given to me by Director Shaw and my immediate supervisor, Mark Montgomery, to apply my years of knowledge and lead both the permit issuance and permit inspection groups. I told someone earlier this week, if you want to find out how people feel about you, tell them you are retiring. I am honored by all the kind sentiments I have received. You really have no idea how you impact others on a day-to-day. Lastly, I want to say thank you for my husband's love and support, and let's book our trip to Cancun.
A lot of friends out there.
Thank you for everything. Send me that email.
Congratulations. I think you get to do some work there.
Congratulations. Enjoy your trip. Thank you.
Next action.
240623, recognizing Jeffrey Williams for his service as Director of City Plan Development for Kansas City and for over 30 years of service planning for Kansas City and other local government. Jeff is present to receive special action.
This is a special action that I was blessed to present. For much of my time at City Hall, Jeffrey Williams has been a central character. I first came into this building as a commissioner on the Board of Zoning Adjustment, which wasn't nearly as interesting back then as it is now. But nonetheless, the planning department was this group that gave exceptional advice, concern, and care as we continued to talk about things such as the focus plan, as I learned about street vacations, and all the work that it took to build an exceptional city. When I joined City Council, I was honored to be appointed to the then Planning, Zoning, and Economic Development Committee, where Jeff Williams helped to keep a radical group of council members in line for meetings that would often go 4 or 5 hours as we looked to rewrite the Code of Ordinances and were told often to stay somewhat disciplined and at least somewhat between the lines. And as I have seen so many of the vital projects over recent years that have been noticed or perhaps have not been noticed, the Troost Avenue Proactive TIF after the school district moved to roughly 28th and Troost, 18th and Vine redevelopment where the planning department had a central role, and so many other important and impactful projects that the planning department worked on, including the Choice Neighborhood Grant, which for any of us from Kansas City has truly changed how we see Paseo Boulevard and Independence Avenue. Jeff has done outstanding work in bringing projects some thought were impossible to fruition. And he has done that with the help of an incredibly supportive staff. My wife once was one of them. And he has done that with the help of so many here at City Hall and in our communities and on our boards and commissions. Jeff, we are glad that we got you for several years from Yonkers, New York and Mount Vernon, where you had a career as the Director of Community Planning and Development. We hope that you have enjoyed your time here in the Midwest. You still sound a bit like a New Yorker. Well, that's all right. We like that vibe occasionally as well. We want to thank you for an outstanding career for public service and for all the time that you have given to the people of Kansas City. The changes and the impact you have will be seen in this community for years to come. Are there others who wish to speak to the resolution? Councilwoman Boo.
Honorable Mayor, thank you. I don't know that I can add anything to that, but I just want to say, Jeff, thank you. Even before my time on the council, you welcomed an attorney where, then I guess I should have been in practice long enough to know what I was doing, but you and your staff, many of whom are here today, helped me out when I needed help, helped me learn the process. And so when I got here as a council member, I felt like I had friends here. And so I just want to thank you, your staff that is remaining, and wish you well. As a 6th District resident, just want to say thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Councilman Bosch.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I said some of these things yesterday in committee, but I'll repeat some of it. Maybe not exactly, but just wanted to say thank you and congratulations on your retirement. you were here and presided over some pretty big important things in Kansas City regarding planning, and it has been great to get to know you over the years. And since prior to being on the council, we ran in a lot of the same planning nerd circles, and so it was always great to run into you at an event here or there. But presiding over some really important things like overhauls of many of the area plans that so many of us have been involved in. The update to the comprehensive plan, which may have been perhaps your heaviest lift on the city or on your time in city planning, but one that is going to really help shape the future of Kansas City for the foreseeable future. And so other things, many other things as well, but also sitting through some of those marathon NPD meetings. We let you have one last one yesterday or 2 days ago, and your presence will be missed. Your process of vetting wild ideas that some of us may come up with and talking through them in a professional way has always been welcome. So thank you so much for your commitment to Kansas City. Thanks for your service here, and you'll be missed. And congratulations on your retirement. I hope you get to do some fun traveling or something.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor. Jeff, I just really want to say thank you. You know that the challenge has been that we have had in this last year trying to get me acclimated as the chair of the Neighborhood Planning Development Committee. And when I've asked for more and more and more, you've never complained. You just said, okay, Mayor Pro Tem, what do you need? What do you need? And I appreciate your patience with me. I appreciate all that you have trained me. And one of the things that I just have to point out, which I don't know if you remember, but in my first term, when you had to spend about an hour and a half or 2 hours walking me through how to use Parcel Viewer. And, and I just really appreciate that and all that you've done for Kansas City, and especially your work on the Casey Spirit playbook. Your imprint will be on Kansas City for at least the next 20 years because of all your efforts there. Thank you so much, and I wish you the best.
Councilwoman French.
I just wanted to stand and congratulate you on your retirement as well. And as some others have said, just seeing you before, running in the same planning circles, running around and being in that kind of realm before my time on council as well, and working with you through several area plans, through the community engagement portion of that as well. So just really getting to know you and working through that. And then so now with my time on council, again, being able to come in, friendly faces, being able to work with the staff, being able to, your willingness to sit down and actually have workable meetings and real conversations and workable, whether if it was a development or a plan or something that's coming through my district or the city itself, but just your willingness to sit down and have those workable conversations. So appreciate you.
Thank you so much. Are there others who wish to speak to the resolution? Hearing none, the resolution is now before council. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Resolution is adopted. Mr. Williams.
Thank you. Mayor, thank you very much. City council members. The words that come to mind today, and you heard the other honorees say those words, they use the word honor a lot, and they use the word blessing a lot. And that's really where my comments begin. It has been an honor and a blessing to be here in Kansas City with all of you. I am honored and blessed that my wife Jeanette is here today joining me. A lot of people may be meeting Jeanette for the first time, but there's also a lot of people in this room that have met Jeanette via her amazing baking as a graduate of Johnson Culinary School. So really, I know it's not about me. It's really about the oatmeal raisin and chocolate chip cookies. Hey, you know, but again, it's an honor and a blessing. This community has welcomed us. This community has given, for me, the opportunity to work with such talented and dedicated professionals. And I got to express some of that on Tuesday's NPD meeting, that, you know, it is all of us individually working to be our best, to be the subject matter experts to support you. And I appreciate others sometimes saying that as we have those conversations, sometimes we need to do a little bit of maybe reshape or kind of speaking a little truth to power about what needs to get done. But the Kansas City that I know, the Kansas City that has welcomed me, the Kansas City that we continue to develop, is one where we will all work together and we will all figure it out. That is the idea. This is a city that emanates from a plan in the late 1800s about how people should live better and be connected, and how our city should be a model, not only for the country, really for the world. So it's all of those individual actions, those tens and ones and hundreds of thousands of interactions, I'll say myself, over these last 11 years, has been so gratifying. And, you know, one of these days, this is the day today we don't necessarily want calling names, but I really do have to point out, in addition to the fabulous, amazing staff of City Plan Development, I really do have to thank Diane Binkley. She's a deputy. Just collaborating, working with a great group to really hopefully take the job that we see this as being stewardship. All of us in this room are stewards in one way or another of this city. And we serve roles in different ways, community members to council members, subject matter experts to neighbors. And my goal has always been to work and hopefully provide an environment where those subject matter experts know that they are individually valued, that they are collectively powerful. And as a group, that while we may have time along the way where we have to say no, our ultimate goal is how do we get people to yes? You know, we're very practical and technical and ordinance oriented, but a lot of our work too is also fulfilling people's individual dreams and aspirations. And I appreciate the mention of our previous comprehensive plan focus. I appreciate the mention of the KC Spirit Playbook, because now it's about a vision for the city that is broad and inclusive of everybody. That's what is expected. That's what a good steward does. They take something that is in a place and they make it better, and they make room for everybody to benefit and participate and feel welcome, regardless of how much they have or where they come from. The best thing is we've worked together here to build a platform where this is a place when people come, they see things happening. They see the potential. They see themselves. And as a career in government, this is wrapping up 11 years out of a 35-year career in government. There could be no better place to be to feel that you've been honored and blessed with the opportunity to work with such fine, talented, dedicated, sincere, authentic people to create an environment that will support all of us we see and know now and all of us to come in the future. So with that, I thank you all very, very much for this opportunity. And I'm still a Kansas Cityan. Committee meeting, it'll be at least a month before I show up to any public meeting on any topic and item. But thank you all very much. Sincerely, thank you.
Next action. Oh, sorry. We can't do that quickly. I'm actually going to go to Councilman Rea.
Okay. You want me to wait, Mr. Mayor? You want me to wait for folks to exit?
We'll go Rea, Robinson. Are there any others? O'Neill.
modify your motion to say waive the entirety of Rule 4.
We'll go in order of Rhea, Robinson, O'Neill on the additional special actions, and Bunch.
Okay. So Council that we waive.
Rhea, Robinson, O'Neill, Bunch.
All right, Mr. Mayor, under Council Rule 6.02, I move that we waive the entirety of Rule 4.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion, which is a waiver as to the rule for all of the special actions to follow? Is there any discussion? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll.
French.
Aye.
Rogers.
Aye.
Patterson Hasley.
Aye.
Robinson.
Aye.
Rhea.
Aye.
Bunch. Curls.
Aye.
Park Shaw.
Aye.
Wu.
Aye.
Duncan.
Aye.
O'Neill. Willett.
Aye.
Lucas. 13 ayes.
Motion passes. Councilman Rhea. You just requested the clerk read, receive, and
Yeah. Oh, I need to return to the script. Mr. Mayor, I request that the clerk receive, docket, and read an additional special action to be included on today's docket.
clerk receive the resolution, assign a number, and read the title.
Yes, sir. That number is going to be 240643, recognizing Hispanic Chamber of Commerce of Greater Kansas City on being selected the host of the 45th Annual United States Hispanic Chamber of Commerce National Conference from October 6 through 8, 2024 at the Kansas City Convention Center.
Councilman Ray.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Today we have some very, very special guests joining us. A group of folks we've had in town the last couple of days, actually, and the reason they've been in town is because in October, Kansas City has an incredible opportunity to host the U.S. Hispanic Chamber of Commerce Conference from the 6th to the 8th, I believe. This is a conference that is going to bring about 3,000 Hispanic business leaders to Kansas City. Elected officials, dignitaries, CEOs, important folks are going to be joining us. This is a conference that is going to generate millions of dollars for the local economy. And it's going to give us an opportunity to not only demonstrate that we have a vibrant and thriving Hispanic community and Hispanic business community, but that we are also a city on the move. The folks we have with us today are the chair-elect of the board of directors for the U.S. Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, Jackie Puente, and Anthony Hinojosa, who is the Vice President of Governmental Affairs for the U.S. Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. These folks have been for a site visit these last couple of days as we plan and make preparations for this conference. This is a particular point of pride because the U.S. Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, which represents hundreds of local Hispanic chambers of commerce across the country and cities across the country, actually has its roots here in Kansas City in a very humble office and small building located on Southwest Boulevard, when in 1979 our local leaders came together to form a Hispanic Chamber of Commerce and then obtain a national charter. And so it's a homecoming for the 45th anniversary of the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. I can't say how excited I am for October to host these incredible folks and to show that Kansas City is doing some incredible things. The commitment that we've made as a city and with our city manager, mayor, and council members here is that we will accommodate and welcome and make sure that folks are coming to visit a safe and clean Kansas City no matter where they go. Thank you all for choosing Kansas City, and thank you for joining us today.
Thank you, Councilman Ray. Are there others who wish to speak to the resolution? Councilman Duncan.
Yes, I want to echo the comments of Councilman Rea. I was able to come to the two-light reception. I got to talk to a couple folks who were excited to be back in Kansas City, and I believe it's the first time in 20 years. 20 years, so it's exciting. I think so as a community organizer, we say that organized people plus organized money plus organized time equals power. And so thank you for empowering our Latino communities all across the United States through small businesses. We're so excited to host you here, and I can't wait for October.
Thank you, Councilman Duncan. Are there others who wish to speak to the resolution? I will just note briefly, while I regret not being able to join you earlier this week, I remember, Councilman Rea, when we were pitching for this. And for those who aren't aware, many other great and outstanding American communities were competing to have this honor. We are so fortunate that you picked Kansas City and that you get to see the growth and the work that we are doing in this community. Know that you are honored guests, not just in October, but every day between now and then. We'd love for both of y'all just to move here. Come on down.
So nice.
See, exactly. So this will be our pitch over the months ahead, but more than anything, know that not only is this something that's going to be great for us this October, but hopefully close relationships that we continue for years to come. If there are no others wish to speak to the resolution is now before council. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Resolution is adopted.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Thank you, Council. It has been an honor and a privilege to be here now many times as our team has had site visits, and it was a competitive process, but we are overwhelmed by the hospitality of this great city and the people who call it home. We are so excited. We represent more than 5 million Hispanic businesses across this country, more than 260 chambers of commerce, and we are so excited to gather here in a winning city to celebrate our 45th anniversary with you all, and look forward to having you join us in many of the festivities that we'll have over the time that when we're here. Thank you so much. It is so appreciated from our board of directors and the staff as well. Thank you very much.
Thanks for choosing us.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for choosing us. Appreciate it.
Thank you and welcome. Thank you and welcome. Thank you so much. We'll be back. See you. Thank you so much. Thank you for the kind words. Good to see you. Thank you, sir.
Next action.
240644, honoring, just read it, okay? Connie Farrakhan on her retirement for 29 years of service to the Kansas City, Missouri Health Department.
Action. Just stand up here with me. Make sure the council can see. Councilwoman Robbins.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and to my colleagues. There is an Arabian proverb that says that he who has health has hope, and he who has hope has everything. We want to thank Connie Farrakhan for her service to the city of Kansas City, Missouri Health Department since 1995. She will retire from her position of Public Health Specialist 3 on August the 1st of 2024. Over a nearly 29-year career at the Kansas City, Missouri Health Department, Connie Farrakhan has been recognized and achieved so much. She served as a representative for the department's local office of minority health, a safety trainer as a part of the health communications team, a duty officer for the emergency response and chronic disease trainer, and the liaison for Building a Healthier Heartland. She has also served as the department liaison for a community transformation federal grant. And it has led so many numerous policy changes for Kansas City, such as a smoke-free housing and parks, healthier vending and eating, increased physical activities and childcare, and the school's breastfeeding-friendly work sites. And so we want to thank you for your steady servant leadership, and thank you for making Kansas City a healthier place for us to live, work, and play.
Thank you, Councilwoman Robinson. Are there others who speak to the resolution? Councilman Bunch.
I would just say I had the pleasure of getting to know Ms. Farrakhan years ago, working through initiatives like Building a Healthier Heartland, but it's always been public health has always been something that's been so important because it touches all of us, but even more specific to me, and understanding the nexus of built environment and access to healthy foods, and how that has a role to play in our health. And you've been an inspiration and a wealth of knowledge over the years in that. And thank you so much for all of your time here in Kansas City and all of the work you've done to make our community a healthier place in so many different ways. You'll be missed, but I hope that you, just like all the other folks I've said, I hope you get some time to go travel or do something fun in your retirement. So thank you and congratulations.
Thank you, Councilman Bunch. Are there, Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Honorable
Bless you.
Mayor. Wow, Connie. It has been a journey. As I was sitting here reading this, just reflecting on our very, very early days, back when I used to work for the Department of Health, the State Department of Health, and work with you all here at the city. And, you know, back then, and I know throughout your career, you have been forced to deal with in terms of really fighting to make sure that we address the chronic healthcare issues that we have in our community. And I just want to thank you for your steadfast commitment for all of these years fighting, because it was tough back then. Remember Mr. McClanahan? It was tough back then, but just thank you so much for all that you have done for the residents of Kansas City, helping to make us healthier. And I wish you all the best on your retirement.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. There are others who wish to speak to the resolution. I will just say, for the interns in the room particularly, I want y'all to know how things can be done. We spend a lot of time thinking about negativity, but Councilwoman Robinson, when you talked about the things that you were able to get done, smoke-free housing and parks, even people our age grew up where everybody was smoking inside of a venue and doing that sort of work. Reducing obesity, going through work to say there are ways we can be healthier in vending and in lifestyles and activity. You're somebody who over the last 29 years, and I imagine even longer, have said, when I see challenges, I want to make a healthier, happier life for everyone that I see. And you have done an exceptional job of that for our community and our country. Thank you, ma'am, for your service. If there are no others who wish to speak to the resolution is now before council. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Resolution is adopted. Ma'am, if you'd like to speak.
Thank you, everyone. Mayor, I have been with the city for a long time. I also immigrated here from New Jersey, and I have loved it. Kansas City has been most welcoming places I've ever been. And I feel like I'm a Kansas Cityan now. I don't call myself a New Jerseyan anymore. So I don't have a speech plan because I just learned of this last night. But I just really value and am grateful to have been a Kansas City, Missouri employee. I actually started with Kansas City in 1980 with the Urban Affairs Department. I don't know if any of you remember that. I've been through 3 health directors and several mayors. So I am really built into this community, and I am praying that everything continues to get even better. I know we all struggled through COVID, which was one of my primary responsibilities most recently. And I hope that you all continue to be safe, because you may know that COVID is on the rise, and we're all trying to be more sociable as the weather is warmer. So I have to say, make sure you're vaccinated. And I just really have loved being an employee here, and I just want to thank you all who are responsible for helping me to get here. I do want to say also that I'm so nervous that my hands are wet, and so I have to go and clap, shake your hands, but please, I hope you're not too offended. I've been holding this forever. This is my division head for our Community and Family Health Division, who's here to support me. We have a number of other folks in our programs that are at a conference now presenting. And I'm just very lucky to be here. So I just wish everybody well and the best in the future. We all strive to be healthy and live long, and that's what I'm going to try to do when I retire. I do have some house cleaning to do, but to me, that's going to make me feel good once I get that done. So again, thank you, everybody. Thank you so much.
So you started in 1980. Does that mean you were the first 5-year-old that started full-time employment here? Thank you for everything you've done.
You're gonna make him feel like there's some Kansas City's home over here. Wow. I can't say it, but I'll say what Mike said. Yeah. You're good.
Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Yeah. All right, so 45. Let's get started, council. Congratulations. Right up to 1:30. Okay, just enjoy.
Hey, Mayor. Mayor, I don't have to read the introduction, right?
The clerk will read the next item on honoring Darrell Love.
Sir, 240645 is the number, honoring Darrell Love on the occasion of his retirement after 27 years of dedicated service to the city of Kansas City. Darrell is present to receive special action.
Councilman O'Neill.
Mr. Mayor, we are honoring Darrell Love today, who has spent 27 years dedicated service. And I got to tell you, it's an honor when you can bring out the two Cunningham brothers to watch you. Darrell Love began his career with Kansas City on June 30th, 1997 as a maintenance mechanic with the convention and entertainment facilities. He's retiring as a maintenance mechanic in the facility, maintenance division of the Convention and Entertainment Facilities Department. He's a member of Local 500, the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, lover of labor unions, so God bless you. He was a department union steward, where he represented bargaining and unit employees throughout his years of service. Thank you for that. Darrell is a maintenance mechanic, has amassed a wealth of institutional knowledge and experience while maintaining 8 square blocks of convention space and over 1,150,450 square feet of internal mechanical infrastructure systems in the convention facilities. Darrell is an invaluable asset who is deeply dedicated to the mission and objectives of the convention center, and we are going to miss that kind of dedication and that kind of institutional knowledge is so hard to get. He expressed his desires to impart his extensive institutional knowledge by wanting to have trained more maintenance mechanics on the operations of the various internal mechanical systems prior to his retirement, and is excitedly anticipating the opportunity to spend quality time with his grandchildren, explore new destinations, I envy you there, and passionately cultivate his father's land in a different state. I want to say thank you from the heart, from our hearts, the council's hearts, the mayor. Thank you for everything you've done for the city for the last 27 years.
Thank you so much, Councilman O'Neill. Are there others who wish to speak to the resolution? I just want to say I had the chance to kind of be part of an honor for you today. And we know he's not a man who likes all this type of attention. Sure. But we hope that all the love that you are seeing from your coworkers, from so many others, is just a small acknowledgement of the difference you have made to, frankly, bringing joy to the tens of thousands of people who have come through the facilities over the last generation and a half. Well, you've made sure our city is ready and prepared to bring them smiles each day. So thank you, sir. If there are no others who wish to speak to the resolution is now before council. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Resolution is adopted. Mr. Love.
Thank you, everyone. Okay. Just a little bit I want to say. Okay, it's been a long journey, but it's been fun. It's something I have done. Okay, when I came to Kansas City, I retired from Chicago for 25 years. Okay, so coming here, okay, Kansas City was behind the times when it comes to the mechanical things that I had already worked on. Okay, so I looked at it as terms of extending my knowledge to bring us up to things that we needed to move further into the work that we do. My job to me was to make sure that they got that before I leave. And as parting, that was all I wanted to do. So I don't have very much to say. I just say thank you to everyone.
Sorry, should raise the office today.
Enjoy your time. Yes.
Thank you.
You always do. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Good luck.
Another one?
Congratulations.
Appreciate you, man. Congratulations. Early retirement. Next action.
That number is going to be 240646, honoring the life of Charles Alvaro Lona and recognizing the last positive impact he had on Westside community in Kansas City. The family is present to receive a special action.
You got some more. Councilman Bunch.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We're honoring the life of an amazing Kansas City advocate. Many of you probably have run across or met at one point or worked with Mr. Charles Lona. I think everyone around here knew him as Charlie. I got a chance to meet him sort of in the last few years, and anyone who knew Charlie knew just how fierce of an advocate he was for the things that he truly believed in. So something that was so important to him, of course, was his neighborhood, his community, and he was a proud West Side, lifelong West Side resident, a proud Mexican American. I got to work with him on the pool on the West Side. My first interaction was him coming to me and saying, "What are we doing about that West Side pool up at Jarbo?" and my answer was, it's a tough one. It's going to take some effort. He had a few other requests too with the fountain and a couple other things, but what made me interested in it was that Charlie wasn't interested in the pool himself. Charlie was interested in the pool for the community. He was interested in the pool for the kids in that neighborhood because he grew up in that neighborhood knowing how important that community was to a child's growth, having amenities that we saw all over the rest of the city. He wanted to make sure the kids who grew up like him and looked like him had the same access to those benefits. And that's what made me believe in it as much as he believed in that pool. And he didn't take no for an answer. He didn't take maybe for an answer. He took write an ordinance and fund that pool. And we got it done. It took a long time. It took longer than he wanted. It took longer than I wanted. But it was something that the community rallied behind because they saw his passion and they saw how important it was. I'm going to read just a couple of things that Charlie was known for, other than being a parent and a grandfather, and I believe a great-grandfather as well. He was instrumental in founding the Brown Beret chapter of Kansas City, the Osland Center, Guadalupe Center, which of course everyone in this community in this building knows. He was an advocate for the Westside Mexican American community, proudly influenced by the Chicano movement. He was an advocate for the election of Westside Chicano representatives to the city council, state, and school board positions. He was an advocate for transforming West Junior High School, now Westport High School, into a fully accredited high school. It was instrumental in incorporating bilingual education. He was, I believe, a graduate of Westport High School as well. And something that you may not know yet is that Councilman Rea, under his leadership and my advocacy as well, have submitted a letter to the Parks and Recreation Department to name the pool after Mr. Charlie Lona. So something that we're very excited about. And, you know, that pool didn't end up where we thought it was. It didn't end up at Jarbo, but the thing that he always told me is, I don't care if it's at Jarbo. I just wanted kids splashing in a pool on the west side. I want kids in my neighborhood to be able to walk to that pool. And so that pool is going to break ground before too long. And if we have anything to say about it, it's going to carry Charlie's name and honor him as long as that pool is open and running. So I can't wait to do some cannonballs into it and enjoy splashing that pool myself. So thank you all so much. And Charlie, if you're listening, thank you for all your advocacy and thanks for everything you all are doing, and his family for being here today and for all the work that you've done to make the West Side an amazing place to live and work and play. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Bunch. Councilman Rea.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Councilman Bunch, for those incredible words. Charlie was a very proud Mexican-American man, but he was also a very proud Chicano man. And he embraced his Chicano identity and fought structural racism and oppression. And he took that fight up in decades past when things were turbulent and violent. Charlie always chose peace first, but at the end of the day, the man was a fighter, and he did not shy away from a fight. And sometimes that meant chaining himself together with folks across 23rd Street to stop the Kansas City Kings game from starting on time. Sometimes it led to, I think there was a time where he chained the doors closed of West High School, was it, when the school district was trying to close the school? And other times in his older years, it meant advocating very fiercely for his community to have a swimming pool. This time next year, that pool should be open, and it's going to include a huge 30-foot slide with twists. It's going to include a diving pool that goes to 12 feet. It's going to include a toddler pool that goes from 0 to 3 feet.